PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier, turn to the experts.
Selling a home and moving with 9 kids? One Texas couple was facing just that until they heard about Orchard's Move First, Sell Later. Orchard handled the repairs, upgrades, and what they dreaded most, the showings. Best of all, they got to move into their new home before their old home sold, which sold for more than they expected. They called it a huge gift. You'll love how easy Orchard makes buying your next home before you sell. For your free home valuation, visit Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Summertime in Colorado is awesome, but not if you suffer from joint pain in your knees or shoulders. Michael Brown here, and the good news is QC Kinetics has the most advanced treatments for your knee and shoulder pain with advanced regenerative medicine treatments. QC Kinetics harnesses your own body's power to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Many of you know the benefits of QC Kinetics, and I've met you at the clinic. Get moving again without drugs, without surgery, and without any downtime. This is the future of joint pain medicine, and QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to get you started at their clinics in either Aurora or Superior. If your knees or joints are always hurting, don't learn to live with it. Get lasting relief insteed. Call QC Kinetics today and tell them Michael Brown sent you. Remember, with QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986. Call for that free consultation. 303-900-8986.
Steve Powers here for Polestar Denver. Take delivery on a new 2024 Polestar 2 today. Lease a Polestar 2 and lock in discounts up to $12,000 on in-stock units. Right now, Polestar Denver is currently offering lease payments as low as $299 a month. See Monica and her Cherry Creek team for details. We accept trade-ins and have inventory on the ground ready to drive home today. Drive into the electric age with Polestar Denver and book a test drive at Polestar.com. Visit us at 240 St. Paul Street in the heart of Cherry Creek North.
Living in Colorado means you're going to get hailed on. Maybe not today, but it's going to happen. So you need to know who to call when it happens. Jot down this name, Golden Spike Roofing. Golden Spike Roofing has decades of experience and is my trusted choice for all of my roofing needs. They're ready to get you a free roof inspection if you need it. Check their reviews online, then call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386 or online at goldenspikeroofing.com.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
We've got a heat advisory in effect for the Denver Metro today. Temperatures reaching to 96, 97 degrees. Very small chance for storms later on this afternoon. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
If you like stories that don't pander to the masses, stories that tell you the truth no matter what, you should listen to iHeartRadio's original storytelling show, Red Pilled America. We promise only one thing, the truth. Listen to Red Pilled America anywhere you get podcasts. Red Pilled America.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Supreme Court will hear a case in the next term challenging statewide bans on medical treatments for transgender minors. The court this week to release decisions from this term, including possibly a decision on whether Donald Trump has absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for anything he did while in office. In Florida today, 2 hearings are scheduled in Trump's classified documents case. The first presidential debate of the 2024 election is coming up on Thursday. President Biden spending a few days at Camp David getting ready. ABC's Rachel Scott with more on Donald Trump's game plan.
Even though the former president was out on the campaign trail essentially saying that he has no debate strategy, in reality, he is preparing more than he is actually letting on. I'm told he's had more than a dozen informal policy sessions with current and past advisors as well as Republican allies.
More rain is in the forecast for parts of Iowa dealing with record-breaking flooding. More than 250 water rescues performed over the weekend. This is ABC News. We're learning more about the investigation into former President Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents at his Florida estate. ABC's Catherine Falder says prosecutors are looking at a previously unreported trip by Donald Trump to Mar-a-Lago.
It really is another element of potential obstruction in this probe, something that we're told by sources the special counsel asked dozens and dozens of witnesses about. They really want to know exactly what happened on that trip, why his aides were telling people around Trump to keep it quiet, to keep it on the down low. We're learning from aircraft manifests that we have had a chance to review that this was changed last minute, that he wanted to go down there. And at least one witness is saying that he wanted to, quote, check on the boxes, make sure they were still there, if you will.
The judge in the case hearing arguments this morning over a defense motion to dismiss. And a Wisconsin judge is expected to hear arguments today in a case over whether people with disabilities should be allowed to vote electronically from home. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
My name is Bobby. I'm a veteran and lost my leg to a roadside bomb. My victory was going from a wheelchair to becoming a weightlifting champion.
I'm Sam. I'm a veteran. My victory was finding a career I can be proud of and supporting my family.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
I'm a veteran. My victory was going from homeless to home.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran, and my victory was finishing my education.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support for victories great and small.
My victory was proving that disability is not a limitation.
My victory was getting my service dog a new best friend.
We help more than 1 million veterans every year.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
It's going to be a hot week along the Front Range.
Heat advisory in effect for the Front Range, especially in the metro area and then down toward Colorado Springs. Temperatures in the mid to upper 90s today. Small chance for storms later on this afternoon, but most of us staying dry. Overnight mid-60s, and then Tuesday we're in the mid-90s once again.
Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burst says highs will be in the 90s through Friday. Denver's 50th annual Pride celebration over the weekend drew record crowds. According to organizers, more than 100,000 people watched Sunday's parade, including Governor Polis.
It's really important to appreciate the history. I mean, 50 years ago, there were just a few dozen brave souls in that first parade, and some of them are still with us, which is wonderful to hear their stories and hearing folks tell their stories, that living history of the equality movement.
The parade had a record number of entrants with 280 floats and 17,000 marchers. Pro-Palestinian protesters did disrupt the parade at times. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
A couple incidents on the main highway for your late morning commute. I-25 northbound at Lincoln Avenue on the south end of town. That's exit 193. A crash in the right lane has 10 minutes of delays with stop-and-go traffic back from Ridgegate Parkway, exit 192. Close to downtown, the I-25 southbound off-ramp to 38th and Park Avenue is closed for road work. Watch out for crews and detours. And heading to the far north end of town, I-25 northbound again before 168th. A crash in the left lane. Slow driving back from 136th. About 15 minutes of delays there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. The summer heat is upon us with a high of 97 this afternoon. The current temperature in Denver is 81 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Why make things harder than they need to be? There's a better way to save time and money. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumbline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumbline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumbline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumbline and Carrier, turn to the experts.
You met with the stable boy despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He lay you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before. While you were buying dish soap. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas. September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Don't miss
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet,
and more.
Get tickets to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, right now, before they sell out.
At AXS.com. It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Hey, it's Dan. Join me today at 4. We'll dive into the latest craziness from D.C. and from the loony left right here in Colorado, and we'll have a lot of fun doing it. Join me at 4.
Ripped off
just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. What is happening in your life this hour? Brought to you by waterpros.net for water, drinking water at the kitchen sink, $1,400 fully installed. I love pure water, and if you love your health, you'll love it too. 303-862-5554. Speaking of water, Plumbline Services with us today to talk about plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. 'Tis the season to be busy. And I got the predictable calls from people pissed off that they can't get an appointment. They named all of my companies and said, you tell me to call these people and I can't get an appointment. I said, yeah, but I've been telling you that for months, to go and get your stuff checked out before we get this heat. Bob, have you noticed, are people just a little anxious now, right? Everyone wants it yesterday when they could have done it. You had people waiting to go to homes.
Yes.
Just weeks ago.
We talk about this every time I'm on your show, Tom, and it's just human nature. You don't wait, or you don't, people aren't proactive. They won't maintain their equipment until something breaks. You know, we've been conditioned, like with automobiles, to get your oil changed every 3,000 miles.
90% of the problems you would have found.
90% of the problems we would have found.
Yeah. So anyway, what do you do in a case like this when somebody calls no air?
You know,
you can't just put them at the head of the line.
No, I mean, we have our VIP program, but outside of that, I mean, we just do the best we can to get to as many people as possible every single day.
And this is happening across the industry. It's not just you.
It's not Plumbline. It's the entire industry. It's across the country. It
happens all the time.
Every season.
Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to talk to Christopher, who called 303-MARTINO. And I want to remind people, if you call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466, you can leave a message. We will get back to you. That's our promise to you, so you don't have to wait. Also, I want to welcome our Facebook flunkies, but mainly our YouTube morons, and then all of you who listen to the downloads, because there's a ton that download later. Actually, probably doubles our audience, and welcome. If you're on a treadmill, welcome. Work your ass off. Okay. Anyway, let's go to the phones, and then whatever's on your mind, folks. You can call 303-MARTINO. If we're here, it'll come to us. If not, voicemail. And then you can also go 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we'll start off with Christopher. And hey, Christopher, what's going on?
Hi. So essentially the issue, my girlfriend got a new car in January.
Okay, what kind of car?
It's a 2013 Ford. I believe it's an Escape. It's a...
Oh, so she bought a new car for her, but it's a used car. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. What's going on?
So she noticed a leak in her car, figured it was an oil leak, called into, should I mention the dealership?
Oh, it doesn't matter, yeah. So how many miles were on this, by the way?
I don't remember exactly how many miles.
All right.
But she bought it in January, and there was an issue with the battery that needed to be replaced, and they fought her on that, but eventually they replaced it.
When you say they fought her on it, let me help shed some light on this. And by the way, Christopher, I don't know if you're new to the show or not, but what we do is try to educate those listening as well. So she buys a car, and there was an issue with a battery, and they fought her. So explain how that happens. If she's buying a car and there's a battery issue, she could say, I want that battery replaced before I buy it, because she obviously would have had it checked out. They would have found the bad battery, and they would have said, you got a bad battery. She could have made that a condition of sale. Or did she simply buy it as is and then went back for the battery? And I'm not trying to trick you, by the way. I'm trying to find out what's going on. Go ahead.
She bought it as is and went back for the battery.
And they said, hey, you bought it as is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened then? Did they replace the battery for her?
They did end up replacing the battery, but it had to be worked out between two different dealerships, because there's AutoNation Chevy and AutoNation Ford.
Whatever, so they did replace
Why
the
would a battery have to be done like that?
don't know.
Okay, but that's good. That's nice of them to do it because truly they didn't have to. So anyway, they voluntarily replaced the battery, and then what? What's going on now?
So she had a warranty under her old, like a limited warranty for several months after the purchase.
Oh, okay. So it did come. Oh, it did come with a warranty. What kind of warranty did it come with? And hi, Mark. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you there. There you are. I got you on video. So So tell me what happened as far as the warranty. What kind of warranty?
Just a limited warranty for repairs on the vehicle within the first several months after purchase.
Several months. Okay. Okay. I don't. So this was standard with this vehicle, or did she buy that warranty? Can you explain?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That was standard with the vehicle when she bought it.
Where did she buy it from, did you say?
AutoNation.
Mark, do you know what do they have an automatic warranty on cars, on used cars?
They might have like a 30 or 60 day deal.
Yeah. And it's quite limited, but okay, so keep going here. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to get these details. They mean a lot, Christopher, when we go to try to help her out. So keep going.
So essentially right before that expires, she notices a leak, figures it's an oil leak, and calls into the warranty or into the dealership again to try and get that fixed. But because of the scheduling, they weren't able to get it in until right after that warranty expired.
Yeah, but does she have proof she called in beforehand? If so, it should be covered.
That I'm not 100% sure of.
Okay, there's a whole bunch we need to know then. Okay.
I know.
There's a whole bunch. So can we talk to her? And I don't blame you for not knowing every detail. You called for help, so we're going to give you help. Can we talk to her?
I can try to get her on. The reason I called in instead of her is because she's shy and not particularly comfortable. Is she at a place where it would be possible for her to relate information to you as I ask? Yes.
I hope not.
Okay, so where is she? Is she near you? Can we talk through you? And because I can tell you what we need to know.
I'm currently at work and she's at home. But I can text her or
How about this? What if we have Deputy Doc call her off the air? Then she doesn't have to be nervous. Deputy Doc's in the studio. We call our helpers deputies. It's a little joke here, right? So but basically they really do help. And we can find out all the basics, because what I want to know is this. I want to know the terms of the warranty. I want to know if and how many miles were on the car, and what the warranty covers and what it doesn't cover, because I'm looking here at AutoNation's warranty, and they don't cover much. Mm-hmm. They don't cover much. So I don't know what she had. Go ahead.
The other thing is I know she also purchased an extended warranty.
Okay, that's something.
Refusing to pay.
That's something, for sure that's something. So that's what we need to know, all that kind of coverage. Now, normally with an extended warranty on a used car, just for your edification here, they don't cover pre-existing conditions. That's what's odd about it, because most everything on a used car is pre-existing. They don't cover things that were wrong when she bought the car, and they'll argue the leak was there. They'll also argue that it was normal wear and tear. They don't cover that. Or they're going to argue it was a lack of maintenance or previous owner abuse. They don't cover that. In essence, a used car warranty covers manufacturer's defects. Now, I want to ask you something. On a car that is a 2013, so we're talking about 7, 8, 9, 10 years, almost 10 years old. I mean, it's 8 years old, 7. So what would be a manufacturer's defect? Well, the crank cracks open or there's catastrophic failure. The reason they do that is because it's a profit center. These extended warranties on used cars are absolute ripoffs. So these are things that, unfortunately, a lot of people don't know. So what we're going to do is investigate it. If you hang on the line, Kachina here is going to get your girlfriend's number and have one of our people call her and try to gather this information. Doc, you're there, right?
You got it, Tom.
Yeah, let's just see what we can do to help her. Let's see if there's anything we can do. There might be. We'll see what we can do. I'm Tom Martino. We got Bob Logan with us from Plumline as well. I have a couple text questions for him already. Frank Duran, the real estate man, is the number one real estate guy for selling and for getting great prices faster than the market average, more than the market average. And he will show you what your house will sell for based on his 30 years of experience, free of charge. There's no obligation to list. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Thank you.
Is getting gas at Shell burning a hole in your wallet? Get the Drop app. With Drop, you can earn free gift cards just by filling up your tank.
Quick to these two, whatever you do.
8 to instantly receive $5 in points.
You know, if you need to repipe your house, who does that? Well, there's a company that specializes in it, including drywall repairs and everything from beginning to end with PEX Plumbing. That's a freeze-resistant, wonderful lifetime replacement. And Euro Plumbing says no one can touch their prices. That's what they love doing. They can repipe your entire home. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844. You want a deal? Call them. They'll come out and give you a free estimate for your home. 303-668-6844. Okay. What about if you're injured in an accident? I am certain you will have questions like, hey, who's responsible? Will my insurance pay me if they don't have insurance? How do I start that process? Who should I talk to? Who should I not talk to? All of these are natural questions, and that's why John Fuller has set himself up to answer you. Before you even hire him, you can call. And he's happy to talk to you. In fact, he talks to all his clients before they hire him. So you can call John Fuller right now, 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co. That's John Fuller. I heard honest to God a firm advertise over the weekend that they have thousands of lawyers across the country. And when you call, you're going to be routed to one of their attorneys. Boy, doesn't that make you feel big? Come on. John is the only attorney, and he will handle your case personally. He has a support staff, yes. But you talk to the attorney. How about that one? And it's not one of thousands. It's one of one. Notice the difference, 303-597-4500.
Very kind.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we were afraid when he said, well, I didn't want to have my girlfriend call because she really talks slow. Thought that'd be funny.
Ask Bob if this is true. For every 5 service industry workers who retire, there are only 2 workers to replace them.
That is true.
Okay.
Yeah, people, mainly because of the boomers, they're exiting our industry faster than ever, and there's not enough coming in. So there's a shortage, which is why labor rates have skyrocketed, which is why costs are skyrocketing.
No, it's stunning. It's good.
It's really not.
No.
It is so much warmer outside.
I'll give you one whole day to freak out about it, but then starting tomorrow, you have to bring a coat and not freak out.
I have a coat on.
Some of these
Add a coat.
technicians make $200,000 a year.
Have a blanket across me.
Yeah.
Look at this one-car pride parade that
Insane.
Biden has hired as part of his comms team. Look at that guy.
Not quite double.
Literally
what
the
my managers
cop and
make
village people.
with college degrees.
I mean, I want people happy, but god damn. Oh, a lovely blouse.
Oh.
you're right.
What in the fuck of fuckery is that?
The lady's name is Kiara.
Wait a sec. What's her name?
Her name is Kiara, and that's K-I-A-R-R-A.
We have got to stop coddling crazy people.
And her number is 619-847-8586. And I told Christopher that you would be calling later today after the show.
Okay, great.
So you don't have to call her while you need
All right. Thanks, Kelly.
And Bo's coming in around 10:30. Okay, this is ridiculous.
It is. Yep. Are you going to turn it? Are you going to fuck it up?
Yep.
All right.
I can't do it.
No, we know that. I know the list of things you can't do, Kelly. You remind me daily.
Okay. I do have a question for you, though.
I
Since
won't
you're
have an answer.
Technically proficient.
I'm taking the day off. I don't know how to verbally do an out-of-office reply, but here it is. F off. But I digress. All right, gentlemen, back to the show.
Language.
Station 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So I want to talk to Ruby. I don't have that. Let me look at this email, but Ruby's calling about a previous call here, and it was her son bought a 2019 Honda, put $5,000 down, financed it. Now Fowler Honda is telling him he needs to bring the car back. And I said, wait a minute. There's so many questions unanswered. Like, was it a final contract? Why do they want him to bring it back? Now, many times, let me explain some tricks that dealers do, and this is universal. I'm not saying they all do it. I'm saying it's universal when they do it. They write down on a contract conditions that the buyer likes. The payment, the interest rate, the terms and conditions, and then they hand the keys to them and they drive off. Then it's what we call the callback. Mark, explain the callback.
Well, they tell you you don't have financing. You know what I'm finding, though, is more and more dealers aren't doing that. They're not, but there's no doubt it still happens. But they call you back up and say, hey, that interest rate we promised you, you no longer qualify for.
Or your
so they
credit,
generally give them.
Or your credit, or your down
your
payment.
credit wasn't good. Something goes awry.
Now, here's what we have done in the past, as Mark will tell you. Many times they say, well, it says right here that this contract is not complete until it's approved by the finance company. And it does say that many times. However, it doesn't say it the right way. It should say this contract is contingent upon a finance company giving final approval for a loan and funding the car. But it doesn't say anything. What it says was it's not final until approval. Now, I have argued in the past successfully where they've put down a payment, let's say $300 a month, an interest rate, whatever. I have argued that the dealer, because the dealer will put itself down as the lender on the contract, and it will say that you have a certain payment, a certain interest rate, they do a full truth in lending and statement, and then they give you the keys and you drive away. And that is my contention, that they have approved you And they are the finance company, and they must accept those payments and do it, or find you a similar loan. What they really mean to do is they're being an officer or an agent of the lender. And what they really mean to say is this: okay, we have your information. We are an agent and will try to sell this loan. If we can't sell it, the contract is null and void. And in that case, they can't charge him a penalty for keeping the car while they shop the loan. I am telling you that dealers are still doing it wrong on the disclosures. They are an agent of the lender. And their disclosure should say, this contract is contingent upon us selling this loan. But they don't say that. They say it's contingent upon approval. And they're stupid. They're stupid. Their attorneys are stupid. The industry is stupid. It's just they're doing it because they're getting away with it, and not enough customers are suing. Because if they sued, they would win. And again, as Mark said, it's not as prevalent as it used to be, but those contracts are still the same, and they still leave themselves an out. Now, I'm not sure if that's what happened in this case, but I asked Ruby to find out a lot more information for me. What did you find out, Ruby, with Fowler? By the way, Fowler is no great dealership. They suck pretty much. We've gotten over the years many complaints. So they're in Longmont, right?
Yes.
And just for those listening, I'm going to make a blanket statement. More problems come out of Longmont and Greeley and Weld County than the entire metro area. Now think about this. Add all the dealers together in the Denver metro area, and then add the dealers together in Weld County, Greeley, and Longmont. And we get more complaints out of Weld County, Greeley, and Longmont than we do out of the entire metro area. Now, how is that even possible? It must tell you that they breed bad car dealers. So what happened?
So on a couple weeks ago, they called David. They found him on the internet, came and picked him up in Fort Collins, drove him back, picked him out of car. He got the pilot, signed the contract, which I sent you. Then some time went by, and then they did the call back and said that contract didn't go. Well, they didn't say that. They just said that they could save him $1 and to come back and sign a new contract. And he didn't think that sounded right because they dropped
Wait,
off
they didn't say they can. No,
stuff.
they didn't say they could save him $1. Come on.
They told him to come back because they could save him $1.
Oh, come on. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. But so anyways, we were like, that doesn't sound right. We don't want it. So Friday after I talked to you, you gave me the confidence. We took that Honda back. Chris, the guy that was really rude and a jerk and said that the money coming back was not going to be an option, slid back to his office. And Jason came out, who was friendly and smoothed things over, and said that they would get all of his money back, and they wouldn't charge him for financing or for fees or for mileage. And they just gave him, and we couldn't get a check that night, so they gave him an email saying that they promised to return his money in 30 days, and I uploaded that, so I'm hoping that that's good enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. Now, just by the way, from what I can see, I didn't get to the finance part. Oh, okay, American Honda Finance Corp. And then this is the application. Your son is David, right?
Yep.
Okay, I looked at this, and it's all of this I have read, I received, and then it says, retail installment, this is the truth in lending statement that they're required to give. He has an interest rate, he has everything, his payment, everything's spelled out, and it has here, he signed it, and then it has here everything, and then it says, co-buyer seller must be signed by an authorized representative of the seller. They signed it, this guy named John, and nowhere Is there a contingency here? They financed that car. They just didn't like the idea. So they thought you were stupid. They were going to try to pull a fast one. Now listen, we got to ride this like a wild pony. They got to return that money. Okay? And,
yes.
And I think they knew you mentioned us, right?
Oh, yeah. So they totally were rude to me.
Of course.
Until I started swinging around Tom Martino's appointment at 10 a.m. Monday, and then everything changed.
Okay. You stay in touch with us, sister, okay? Because we'll be right there with you.
In a month from now, can I call you and let you know that they
I want you to
money?
call me, like, in 20 days.
Okay.
I'm marking this pending. Hold on. I'm putting it down. They promised to refund all money. Okay. So I put that down. I have a note. I have your name. I'll be able to look it up. And right now, what I'm going to do is, I know it's qualified. Have I ever done Shannon, a qualified dinger? I'm going to do one.
Well,
a qualified dinger. Come on, bro. I can do it because it's partially.
For what?
For a partial success. She scared him. There. Okay, Ruby, thanks for the follow-up. Stay in touch with us. You know you got us behind you. These people are, as I said, we'll leave it at that. People, just remember what I said about Weld County, Longmont, Greeley. I have no idea why. Mark, isn't it weird, though, how many bad dealers are there? And I mean, what the hell? Do they think people up there are stupid?
Yeah, it is.
Do they think people up there are stupid, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Rick says he's got a medical issue. Ben wants to talk about something called impact energy. Or I think that's whatever. Okay, that might be a company, a utility company. Bob Logan, is it true, somebody wants to know, that for every for every 2 technicians that retire, for every 5 technicians that retire in the HVAC industry, there are only 2 to replace them? Is that possible?
Yeah, I've heard varying statistics, but plumbers, electricians, HVAC technicians, any of the trades, welders, mechanics, that's the case. I mean, we've got a lot of boomers starting to retire, and I don't know if it's because of our education system or why, but there's just not as many people.
They all want to go to college and be educated, which is fine, but they feel like these services positions are not careers. Can you explain roughly in the industry, I'm not asking you to spill any beans about any particular company, what's the range of salary for an excellent tech or plumber or HVAC? What is the range? Listen to this, people.
Yeah, it's going to, I would say for an average technician, 80 to 100,000 for someone who's got a, master journeyman that's
motivated,
very efficient, motivated, It's not uncommon, Tom, for them to make $150,000 to $200,000.
Do you hear this? Do you hear this? 150 to 200 grand for somebody qualified, and that doesn't, by the way, necessarily mean sales. It means lack of complaints, follow-up. It means good reviews. It means somebody who is golden when they step into your home. Yeah, and that's what you want, by the way. I'm not saying that you don't want that. You do want qualified people who are good and well paid. And by the way, if your kids are looking at industries, there's nothing wrong with trades. We have more coming up.
Thank you.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Woodley's Fine Furniture.
Slowdowns continue on the north end of town for folks trying to leave town. I-25 northbound before 168th Avenue Baseline Road. We've got a crash in the left lane with stop and go back from 136. We're seeing an 11-minute delay there. Heading east near DIA, roadwork continues on E470 northbound between 38th Place and Pena Boulevard. About 30 minutes of delays for our eastern drivers. And through downtown, I-25 southbound, the off-ramp to 38th and Park Avenue is closed today due to road construction. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. The summer heat is upon us with a high of 97 this afternoon throughout the metro area. Overnight low of 64. The current temperature in Denver is 89 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan at 630 KHOW.
It's an automatic response as the days are longer and summer is here. People go out for a few drinks after work or they stay longer. Listen, it's true. And I'm going to tell you the problem. You're innocently having a couple drinks and you don't realize that for your weight and for what you ate, you might be legally intoxicated and you don't feel it. But you are, and it will change your entire life. Now, there are some knockdown drunks that, there are. But then there are people who just miscalculate, and you're dumb. You're going to get in trouble. But I'll tell you what, Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney, and what he does is try to minimize the impact and help you any way he can. Don't ever shop when you're under pressure. I know Joe. Free initial consultations, flat rate pricing, 303-429-6200. Joe Lazara, Lazzara. Find him at referralist.com.
Woodley.
Fabulous. How do you do it?
Oh, I don't know. It's only been 45 years.
And you have 4.5 minutes.
Actually, 45 in Denver, probably 56. No,
I
not
sent
45,
that question,
51 years.
I sent that question about the 5-2 because I had heard.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
It was Dirty Jobs. It was Mike Rowe talking about it this weekend. And it's like, man, I don't know what we're going to do. Hey, listen, wearing a skirt's fun, but somebody's got to go to work eventually. Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang? Old John Fuller. And he's a barrel of monkeys. I'm a big fan of his. Now
I got to get my driver's license renewed today. Stephanie was able to do it online, but me, they said you're an old fart. You got to come in for a new photo.
I'll throw you on hold and get you over to Kelly.
I guess after a certain age, you got. And then, are they going to test my? Huh? Not a driving test. I'm not that.
That call just needs a fuller.
My mom had to do one at 80. Flunked it with flying colors. No, she passed. Which was we wanted her to fail. We did. We wanted her to fail. Oh my God, we worried every time she went out. New scratches show up, new dents. Somebody must have hit me.
So, Mark, a new location today?
No, he's up on that lake in Montana.
Oh, still there? Okay.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, we leave tomorrow, Shannon.
All right. What's next on the Upside Down Pineapple Tour?
Let's see. We are in. Where the hell are we next?
I'm losing
Washington.
Oh.
Hey, Mark. Never mind.
No, go ahead.
Hey, turn up that echo so I can hear my delay.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Test.
I don't hear it.
Holy crap, is that a long delay?
I don't hear it.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't hear it because you are not originating his audio.
But does that mean when I talk to him, though, does it all come out together on the air?
No.
What?
What? Nope.
No, it mixes right.
Yeah, because he's hearing you in delay, and then you're hearing him in delay. Mark, there should be, I know that there is on the USB unit, the Access USB unit. I wonder if on the NX there's a place that shows you your millisecond delay. It can be up to 2 seconds before the unit crashes.
Oh, you know what? There is. I'm going to look.
It should be part of that peer-to-peer or channel stats or I can't remember.
Hey, Mark. Oh, never mind. I got this problem. I don't know what to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear
What is
Tom's
it?
delay to you.
Oh, hold
Go
on.
ahead. They're talking about slapping another gag order on him. Well, it is Pride Month.
I'm going to text you something, Mark.
Oh, you know what it did? It connected to the 5G. I'm going to disconnect.
Nice. We love you. We'll be standing by. Here you go.
630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, denverregen.com. They are doing stem cell treatments for hair replacement. They also do weight loss at $250 a month for the semaglutide compounded, denverregen.com. Rick has a medical issue, he says. Rick, what's going on with you? Hi, Rick.
Oh, hi, Tom.
What's happening, man?
Yes. Oh, man. So, all of a sudden, I had to go in for, like, a spine surgery back in 22.
What was wrong, man?
Well, my spine had compressed, and all the nerves started getting pinched.
Was that out of age, or was that out of abuse, or an accident, or what?
I don't know.
And
exactly
this was in 2022?
Yes.
Was it called decompression surgery?
No. Yeah, they had some technical term for it.
Was it a fusion? I'm just curious.
It is a fusion, yeah.
Oh, my God. That's a terrible thing. Okay, so what happened then?
It hurt. So, anyway, time comes after a while down the road. All of a sudden, I get to where Cigna and Medicare can't decide who is primary for my insurance.
You have Medicare? So how old are you?
Both. I'm 66 now.
Were you on Medicare when this happened?
Yes.
Okay, did you take Earl? Okay, so you were on Medicare, and you will have Cigna, and is Cigna your supplement?
If you're calling supplement primary or
no, what I'm saying is this: why did you have Cigna if you were on Medicare? Well, I'll just start there.
Well, yeah, let's go back a little bit further.
Well, you had to buy Cigna. It doesn't just automatically show up. So when you went on Medicare, did you buy it's called a supplement. Many people have Medicare, and then they have a supplement. Is that what the Cigna was?
Oh, no. So I was on my wife's insurance to start with.
Okay, and that's the Cigna one?
Yes.
Okay, I got that. Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
she was working, right?
Yes. And she still is and still has the same insurance.
Got it. And though at the time you were under them plus on Medicare.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they got to where they couldn't decide who was primary.
And so what happened?
They're telling me that they're going to send me a bill for, they sent me a bill for $535,000 and some change, you know.
Yeah, well, you're not going to pay that. You're not going to pay it. It's not even going to show up on credit anymore. I mean, they're not going to do anything. I mean, so I know you want to clear it up, but that's all just smoke and mirrors right now. You're not going to be responsible for that. There might be a copay. I don't know what you had with Cigna, we need to call our expert on health insurance right now. I wish he would have been on, but we didn't know what this was about. So hold on. Let's just, we're going to get Integra on. I need to ask them a question on who takes primary. So that's a good question. Hang on. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. 303-713-TALK. Renew Home Innovations, the most beautiful bathrooms you want to see, including these shower conversions. That's what they specialize in. Wall systems that look like stone. No maintenance. Glass panels, no doors, no thresholds to walk or stumble over. Excellent for seniors, but excellent for anyone. They do it in 2 or 3 days, 72 months to pay with no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com. I've known Nick and his crew for years and years and years. 303-904-2000.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Slowdowns continue on the north end of town for folks trying to leave town. I-25 northbound before 168th Avenue Baseline Road. We've got a crash in the left lane with stop and go back from 136. We're seeing an 11-minute delay there. Heading east near DIA, roadwork continues on E470 northbound between 38th Place and Pena Boulevard. About 30 minutes of delays for our eastern drivers. And through downtown, I-25 southbound, the off-ramp to 38th and Park Avenue is closed today due to road construction. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. The summer heat is upon us with a high of 97 this afternoon throughout the metro area. Overnight low of 64. The current temperature in Denver is 89 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Looking for a career you'll love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces? Join their growing team. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. That's progressive.com/careers.
American Restoration. That name, American Restoration 24/7, can save you a ton of money. Now, people might think, why is that, Tom? A fire, a flood, a broken pipe, asbestos, black mold, anything like that? Doesn't my insurance cover that? Oh, let me tell you a story. Your insurance sends someone over to do a quick and dirty job. You hire them to do the cleanup, and then you expect your insurance to pay, and they will, but then you find out they did a bad job, but your insurance is only going to pay once. That's the story of getting the wrong company. And there are more wrong companies than right companies in this space. That's why I'm telling you to write this name down, and I hope you never need it. But if you do, get the EPA certifications, licenses, and insurance that you need, that they'll do the job right and work with your insurance and not do a cheap and dirty job for the benefit of your insurance. They work for you. American Restoration 24/7, 8337-AM-REST. Okay, if you're looking for window coverings, many people are, whether the spruce up or maybe just moved in, Made in the Shade. I like the name. You know, that denotes like easy street. Hey, man, I got it made in the shade. The reason people say that is because Made in the Shade comes in. They do all the measuring. A designer helps you pick the right stuff for the right rooms. And then, if you like it, they try to meet your budget. They order it and install it with the best installers in the business. And you have warranties for everything. The labor and the product. Made in the Shade. DenverShades.co. Just look them up. You'll love them. DenverShades.co.
Thank you. Mark is back a little. I
Hey,
think.
Hey, Tom, do you have the email of that?
Of which one, Mark? Oh, the original email with
that you just sent me.
I had the answer. You mean that he gave and said that's only during the time. Yeah. He in essence said the special is good during the special, and when it's not special,
I get it.
Yeah. And I think the period of time he called was when the special was off, because we often say this week only, this month only, this what? Bob, how do you handle those? How do you handle those when you have specials? Well, I mean, this is not on the air, but how do you do when you have specials and people call right afterwards? They get pissed off, right?
But what's worse is when they buy something when there's not a special, and then a month later you run a special and they say, hey, I want that special now. Well, the reason we're able to do a lot of that is because we do work with our manufacturers, and just like us, they got their slow times. They have certain models they want to move.
I know.
And so
we
they
get
say,
that
hey,
complaint a lot because we run specials and then
sometimes it's based on inventory, sometimes it's based on season. There's so many times. So now, occasionally there's a rare circumstance where we'll make an exception, like somebody had us out there for an estimate, and then they called back after the special was over because they were in the hospital or something. There's a rare occasion we'll work with them. But like we do a lot with Costco and Home Depot too, and they have their own specials.
Did anyone hear that the moon rocks were tested and found to be fake? I don't know which moon rocks. I'm going to find out.
Talking about the ones that Armstrong brought back?
I don't know moon rocks, but the moon rocks were. This one guy said, indeed. Oh, there have been some instances. They were petrified wood. One notable case occurred this was way back, bro. That moon rock thing.
You know you're not finishing sentences here, Tom, right?
I'm just talking to Bob, and
I know that, but
okay.
we
Well,
hear the
this
story.
moon rock.
It's too late. Hang on, stand by.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Rick has a medical issue, and we have Integra on right now, and I'm going to try to get this done. Hey, John Jones Jr., he's with Integra Insurance. They're our health insurance experts. John, we have this often where a guy is married to a woman who's still working, or a woman's married to a guy still, where they're on Medicare, but they're also covered by their spouse's employment health insurance. And that was the case. That was the case with Rick. He had Cigna. His wife's coverage was Cigna at work, and he was on Medicare. He had major back surgery, and what happened was they could not figure out, according to him, who was primary, so neither of them paid, and he was billed $500,000. This, I don't think he'll ever have to pay that in a million years, but what happens when you have employment coverage as a spouse and you have Medicare?
Well, whether you're a spouse or you're the employee, it's pretty much the same. It depends on the size of the employer. If you're less than 20 employees, you need to be on Medicare, and Medicare is going to pay first, and the insurance company may not pay at all. If you are over an employment that's over 20 employees, well, then your employee plan pays first, and Medicare is going to coordinate with that.
Now, Rick, your wife's company, how big is it?
Excuse me, you cut out right at the last moment there.
How big is your wife's? Did you hear what he said, by the way?
Oh, yes, I did.
So how big is your wife's company? How many employees?
It's large. It's way over 100.
Okay. So that coverage, Cigna coverage would be primary.
Yeah, but I can't make them agree with that. So
now, what reason do they give that they're not primary? What reason? You were on the plan as a dependent, is that right? Or whatever they call it? You were on the plan
as a spouse, yes. And
what reason did they give for rejecting the claim?
They've had multiple reasons. Now, one of them has been that that the other one was primary, that Medicare was primary. They said that there's been a rule change. They said it's been because we're common law married. They said it's been, I forget what else they've said.
What do they mean? Okay, so common law marriage should have nothing to do with it. What about the coverage itself? Did they get pre-approval?
Yes, they should have. As far as I know.
Well, did you check with the provider to see if they got pre-approval?
Well, before I did it, I asked them if they did, and they said yes.
John, what would you do in this case? He's sitting on a $500,000 bill.
Actually, 800,000. They're closer to 800,000.
Okay.
Because they sent another one, and they're hounding me too.
What's another 300 grand? So he's 800,000 in the hole.
Yeah.
How long have you been going back and forth with this?
Do you have a credit card you can put it on? Anyway, John, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I've been dealing with it for a while. At first, it started off.
Oh, the surgery was in 2022. John, what would you do?
Yeah.
And Cigna, you got prior authorization. I mean, it went through the health insurance. You were pre-authorized for it. I would.
I don't know if he has. I don't know if he really was.
If you've exhausted other steps, I would head to the Division of Insurance, Colorado Division of Insurance, the DOI. If Cigna is not paying, and they, to me, it sounds like they should be your primary payer on this.
Yeah.
I'm happy also if you want to, call back in and get the guy can gather some more information, and we can.
Yeah.
Get you.
Can you send some? Can you send us some of the rejection letters that we can pass on to John?
I have some letters and.
Yeah, can you pass them on to us?
Also, I have some documentation of me calling them, and.
But you need to You need to call your healthcare provider.
Right.
And you need to ask specifically about the pre-authorization, when it was obtained, on what date and time. They have a record of it.
Okay.
That's first. Then give us your rejection letters. Kachina, give him an email, and then we'll get it over to John. I'm Tom Martino. Thank you. Integra Insurance at 303-466-5500. They're great for health insurance and to help you out. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show with Plumline Services and more. Don't forget you can call right now, 303-MARTINO.
Nice. Thank you.
Hey, Shannon, let me hear my delay again.
Is that working?
Test. 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 Test, test, test. Yeah, it's way better.
Yep. Very nice.
Come back tomorrow.
Bob Logan.
Hey, Mark.
What are you up to, sir?
Just hanging out.
Ramping up, I bet.
Oh, ramping up. Oh, my goodness. We ramped up a couple weeks back. As soon as the heat came, it exploded. We are so busy right now.
What is it right now there? Is it like 90 or what?
Yeah, like yesterday it was like 94.
Yeah.
God bless, that's a lot.
Yeah, with no wind. It was brutal. I was standing on a turf field watching a kid's football game. I was dying. But you're up in Montana?
Yeah, we're up by Glacier National. We're probably like 60 miles from it right now.
Wow, beautiful.
It is the most gorgeous water I think I've ever seen. You see right through it.
Is it cold?
At the top, it's just like Rocky Mountain National. It's cold at the top, still snow, still runoff.
Okay.
It's the Great Divide, or the Continental Divide.
I think I was teasing you last time I was on the show, or maybe it was the time before that every time I'm on the show, you and Suzanne are traveling someplace.
It's very possible. This will be a long one. I'm going to try to be on the show a lot, but we probably won't get back till August.
Wow. Good for you. Jack and Eric.
We're a little lost. We're a little lost on whether to do California purely on the weather.
Why, are they supposed to get bad weather, or it's going to be
brutal hot, like 115?
Oh, got it.
This does a pretty good job. We were in Vegas one year, and it was over 110, and this would still cool down to about 70, so that was fine.
Yeah, that's too dang hot for me.
Yeah, there's not much to do. I mean, really, there's nothing to do.
My partner's down in Phoenix. I don't know how they do it.
No.
They talk to me about the temperatures down there, and it's like
doesn't make any difference to me.
Man, there's only so
100 degrees at
naked you
6
can
a.m.
get, man.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, no.
That's why I prefer it cold. You can always bundle up. But
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yes, you can.
you guys can cuddle with the dogs and whatnot. But when it's hot,
I mean, it doesn't. And it doesn't affect my coming in or not.
Man, what a difference it makes going from that 2.4 to 5G. It's crazy.
Wait, well, hold on. I thought you were on Starlink.
I am, but you can still set up two different networks between the device and the Starlink itself.
and he's using the Wi-Fi coming off the Starlink router.
So to answer your question, they sell an adapter that plugs in to the back of the Starlink and creates a
wireless, right?
an Ethernet connection, but it's still not really an Ethernet connection. It's like an Ethernet connection that's connected directly to the Starlink, but it's still not truly Ethernet.
It's not copper.
No, it's copper. It's like...
So you plug into that adapter.
No plugging in.
No, right now I'm just Wi-Fi from our NX. Like at home, I'm plugged into it. On the road, I'm usually Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi to the Starlink.
Yep. Yeah.
Yes.
From the Starlink. Yep.
It is an incredible thing, though. It works so nicely.
I'm stunned that you don't have more delay. Yeah. The only thing I'd ever known about was what was the one that was promoted for out in the woods? I mean,
Hayes.
Yeah.
Hughes.
That's it.
It sucked.
Yep.
Well, this is running. I'm doing it right now. My milliseconds are under 20.
Oh, that's as good as I've ever gotten at a remote. Well, sometimes I can get it down to 9, but...
Well, my house is more like 22.
Yeah. I did, that was about what I got out of Willie B. at a fireworks stand in Wyoming Saturday. About 22.
What'd you get, 2?
No. I'm saying, in the high 20s.
Oh, yeah. Which is very doable.
Yeah. It's just a guy talking about selling black cats and some stuff. Boom, man. Yeah.
Yeah, there is 5 million fireworks stands here.
Oh, really?
Mark, just...
Oh, my God.
Just forget what I just sent you. I sent you the
Dick
wrong
pic?
one. I'm going to do that right here. I sent you the wrong thing, but I'm going to...
Yeah, I see.
What's the worst photo Tom has accidentally sent you?
Oh, my God.
Look how swollen my thumb is. Oh, my God, that's not your thumb.
Yeah, and that is true, Tom.
Okay.
No, I have gotten like 10 of those in the past couple of weeks.
What, text from Western African scammers?
Yes.
They are my favorite.
Jack and I will be in Africa next month. We're going to go to Zimbabwe from the 6th to the 31st.
Wow. That's awesome.
Well, it's unfortunately not a vacation. We'll be out in the middle of nowhere visiting some villages to help some kids.
That's even better.
You do that every year, don't you?
It's the first time I've ever been. Jackie's been 6 times, but this is the first
Oh,
time.
okay.
Because usually she goes for like 5 or 6 weeks, and I just even this trip is 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, in the busiest month of our year. So it's going to be a test to my succession plan.
Boy, you're not kidding there.
I'm confident they do better when I'm gone.
I doubt it.
We're rudderless without you, Bob.
Thanks.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you. And remember this, One Clear Choice Garage Doors will come and fix your garage doors for any issue, whether it's the opener or the door. And they are proud of what they do, 24/7 service for emergencies, like you can't get your door closed at night or can't get it open in the morning. And broken springs, they specialize in all of that. That is OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All of the prices there. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Okay. Now, Ben wants to talk about impact energy. I have Plumline Services with us as well. Bob Logan is in the house. We're talking about any number of things. Now, Ben, what is impact energy? Talk to me about that.
Sure. So they're a solar company, and they sold me on getting solar just before I went on vacation.
Okay.
And when I got back, I'd done my research while I was on vacation. And
yeah, the wrong time to do that is
I'm
afterwards.
into a minefield.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
You
So
did
I
research
called
after
the
you actually signed a contract and then went on vacation, did the research then while they were working, or what? Tell me about that part.
So we had talked with them, and they got me to agree. The guy leaves my house.
So you did sign it. I'm trying to figure this out. You did sign a contract with them. Okay,
so
good. I mean, not good.
I signed an agreement. It doesn't say contract. It's called an agreement.
That's what it is. It's a contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, signed a contract. And what's the name is Impact. And okay, so go on with your story then.
So they had done the site survey, and I called the guy to say, hey, when would we hear back? Because I had understood I could cancel before they heard back from the site survey.
Now, where did you get that? Where did you get the impression you could cancel? I'm just trying to get all this straight. Where did you get?
Yeah, I had gotten the impression from the sales guy.
The impression. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Does he say, by the way, when you sign this, you'll be able to cancel?
So he had told me that I had opportunity to cancel. I thought he had said up until the site survey comes back. His contention is up until the site survey happens.
Well, the point is you have no right unless it's in the contract. So if they're giving you any...
So that's what...
Go ahead.
So the cancellation policy in the contract gives me 3 days.
Yeah, because it was signed in your home. You have 3 days under federal law. So you didn't do that, though,
If I
right?
cancel after 3 days, I'm liable for the costs incurred up until the date of cancellation.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So they send me an invoice. According to them, they had completed the site survey. And so they're invoicing me for $3,400, which I don't have. And what's suspicious to me is I had been checking in with the sales guy from the day of the site survey onward to find out if the site survey had come back. And I canceled with them the day after the site survey. He calls me Thursday morning and goes, sorry, dude, site survey came back, and so here's all these costs.
And what is a site survey?
So they send a guy out to check my roof, electrical, and walk the site, up on the roof, make sure everything's going to support the solar panels, that the electrical system is going to be...
is that all you're being charged for, is the site survey, or is there some kind of penalty in there?
Oh, no. They're not charging me a penalty, but they're claiming that they had a master electrician do a project review and approval.
Yeah.
They're claiming a project manager engineering fulfillment.
Okay, Ben.
There's all sorts of software charges.
Ben,
Yeah.
the contract is going to rule, okay, not your impression. So let's stick with the contract now. And these charges, here's what matters, if they were incurred or not, if that's what the contract says.
Okay.
But I want to ask another question. Why did you cancel them? I don't know anything about Impact, but if they're like 90% of all of them, they're just clowns, and all they are is a marketing company. But I don't know anything about specifically Impact. So I want you to tell me about Impact and why you canceled.
So there's nothing that I can cite about Impact themselves. It was more talking to my insurance and finding out the cost of having insurance for the panels, talking to my tax advisor on the tax credit and how that pans out.
Well, tell me what you found out. What did you find out?
Well, so my insurance would increase at least $20 to $30 a month.
Really?
To cover the panels.
Okay, by the way, I'd like to ask Compass, hold on.
Yeah, sure.
I want to ask Compass Insurance about that in general, because that's something I've never considered before. That's a really good point you bring up. I've never actually considered that before. Could you call Compass and we'll get a quick comment on that? I'd love to find out. Good, keep going. What else?
Okay, and then the tax credit, there's a lot of, so my tax accountant said, well, it kind of depends on where your income ends up falling. If you're below the tax credit, there's like a threshold that if you're below it, you don't get it at all, which I'm thankfully not below it. But if it's more than your tax liability for the year, one of them rolls, and there's another one that doesn't roll, and so. But
it still is a credit. You still get the credit though.
There is a credit. Yes, you still get a credit. Yeah. It's just not necessarily as much as they.
But Ben, that's truly on you though, man. That's on you.
I accept that.
Okay, and so is the other part. I'm not sticking up for Impact. I don't know these guys. I don't like solar companies in general. I don't like them. I think most of them are all crooked, and most of them are all clowns. But you did sign a contract. Yeah. You had 3 days. Now you found problems. You wanted to get out, and they're saying they incurred costs. Sure. So I was trying to find another reason you could get out. I'm wondering now, who did they say they sell for? Who would do the fulfillment?
Let me see. I don't remember.
How much was the system going to cost?
$46,560.34.
And how much did you have to go out of pocket?
So it would be somewhere in the range of $200 a month.
You see, you wouldn't have to do any upfront. Hold on. You wouldn't have to do any upfront money.
No.
Okay, so $200 a month, and what would you save? Did they say?
According to them, it would replace my bill during the summer and potentially more, such that I really should end up having almost zero electrical bill.
Well, you better for $200.
So it would essentially save me my full electrical bill.
And what is your full electrical bill?
It averages around $160 a month.
So why would you sign that? Why would you pay $200 a month to save $160? That just doesn't make sense. Why would you do that?
I don't have a good explanation. The only thing I can claim
good for
is
the planet.
I've been more tired than I thought I was.
You had to have been. They showed you that you were going to pay $200 a month and save at the most $160. So you would enter into a contract with a $40 deficit from day one.
Yeah.
And you willingly signed it. Wow. Holy crap. I mean, that's a bad company. I mean, why the hell, what are they selling? What was their idea how does anyone sign a contract like that?
They claim that the payment comes down with the tax credits and they try to make it sound like it's going to benefit and it's going to.
How many years would you make this payment?
Not going to be as bad, but 25.
25.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're facing how much of a cancellation?
$3,367.
And what do they say they're going to do if you don't pay it?
They haven't exactly told me, but they give me 30 days.
There's only one thing I can tell you, okay? They claim to do all of this, therefore it's your property. The site survey, the electrical report, everything is your property. Tell them you want to see it before you pay for it.
Okay.
Tell them you want to see each and every detail before you commit to paying for it. Don't say paying for it, but commit to paying for it. Say you're not buying it on their word. You want to see it. You don't have to get a copy of it. You just want to see it. You want to see your address. You want to talk to the engineer. You want to talk to the electrician and verify it. It's just good business.
Okay.
Let's see what they do. And then I want you to call us back. I want us, that because really and truly, if they did incur costs and the contract says you pay for the cost, you pay for the cost. But if you get that stuff, you may be able to use it for a good company, and that good company might really truly save you money. At least it's not going to be all deficit. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that there's a possibility that if you get a new system from a good company and you get it financed and you can pay off that $3,400, I'm not suggesting that's what we're going to do, but let's look for a way out of this.
Yeah.
It sucks, man. It really does. I want to talk to. I want to. So call me back and let me know what you find. Jeremy is with Compass Insurance Group, and by the way, Compass does free insurance checkups for the asking, meaning what you're paying. Do you have to pay? Are you overpaying? Are you underinsured? Are you overinsured? Do you have adequate insurance? It's all free, and it's honest to God true, and the math says it all. 303-996-9000. Jeremy, question. I was just told, this guy said when he called his homeowner's insurance, they said if he gets a solar system, he's going to be paying $30 or $40 more a month because of the solar system coverage. I never heard of that.
Okay.
Jeremy?
I mean, that's a little higher than we see. We have a couple companies, and I know there's some others out there that charge for solar, and the big reason for that is
the panels.
Almost every policy, the cost to remove them and reinstall them is included in your policy when you have a hail claim. So I think companies are starting to see that people with solar are going to have a lot more payout because of that removal and installation.
If you add solar, do you have to tell your insurance company in order to have coverage on it then?
You could. I mean, there's certainly companies out there who have probably gone as far as to say we need to be aware for that removal and installation that you have coverage. Most of our companies at this point aren't charging for it, so it's not as big of an issue on our end. But if you have solar, you should let your insurance carrier know, because that removal and installation, you really want to make sure you have that covered.
Well, thank you, because that sheds light on it. But you don't think it'll be $30 a month, right?
No, I mean, the one company we have that charges for it, I mean, it might be $50 a year. It's not significant, but this is a case where I'm okay. I get where they're coming from, because there is a pretty inherent cost in addition to just replacing the roof when you have to remove and reinstall it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Jeremy.
That seems high.
I appreciate the information. Compass Insurance Group, and that's 303-996-9000. More coming up.
All right.
Michael Brown here for Aspenwood Dental. I know a lot of people who have
that
very
was the
complex
15 break,
problems.
right?
Those problems.
Yep.
Okay.
Practice that is experienced to handle.
You seem distracted. I didn't want to bug you.
These dentists are experts at handling your complex dental problem. Aspenwood Dental is the place for you, and they offer a free consultation so you can get comfortable that you've made the right decision going to Aspenwood Dental. Schedule your appointment today online, and be sure and tell them Michael Brown sent you. Go to aspenwooddental.com. That's aspenwooddental.com.
Okay, now, if you're looking for a roofer with all of the recent hail damage, or if in the future you need a roofer, don't even hesitate. excelroofing.com, EXCEL, like in excellent, excelroofing.com. You're going to get the people who will never take a cent until you're content. They're not going to do a trick and make you sign something for them to inspect your roof, and never going to have a cancellation fee. Think about that. The only roofer that's doing this. How about that? So you know you have a company that knows they have to earn your business every day. They don't have to trick you into signing a contract. And they want you as a customer for life, and they want your referrals. 303-761-6400. 303-761-6400. excelroofing.com. If you're looking for a safe, conservative investment, and you don't have a whole lot of money, you may want to consider overfunding a life insurance policy. Now, we haven't talked about this in a long time, but it's a very basic kind of investment with a guaranteed return, tax-deferred growth, and income. Now, that tax-deferred growth can be tax-free income. Find out more at becomethebanker.org. 303-779-6600.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. 3.5 minutes to think about what you've done.
I'm reading about this franchise guy for McDonald's shut down one of his businesses or restaurants. They said they just can't sell McMuffins for $10 and Big Macs for $20.
Or thereabouts, yep.
That's crazy.
Is it in California?
Yeah.
You know what I say? Life
He had
is its own teacher.
He had that restaurant 30 years.
Maybe they should get that AI. Oh, wait. It's IA, illegal alien. Yeah, that's it. We don't operate on AI, we operate on IA.
Arby's, Foster's Freeze, Red Lobster, and others have all shut down locations.
I saw that. I was at one.
Which one?
I did that Mother's Day deal at a Red Lobster with the daughter and her mom. And
the all-you-can-eat shrimp?
Okay, no. Well, did they still have it on the menu? But you know that's what ruined them. But the next day they shut down. So up in Fort
that's
Collins,
weird.
I went to Red Lobster with the daughter for Father's Day, just so we could tell this joke to the employees. Hey, we did Mother's Day at a location that's closed now, so bone up those resumes.
That is crazy.
They didn't think
they filed Chapter 11, I'm pretty sure.
Chapter 11 through 20. Although I would like to hit a auction. I want a bunch of little biscuit trays and stuff, and that'd be fun. They fixed the AC in here, and Kelly is freezing. It's great. I mean, for me.
Oh, they did fix it?
It is actually cold. Very nice.
How about the studio?
I don't know about in there.
I mean, it's always worked. It's just really slow.
Like that first caller.
Yes.
Holy cow, we're coming back from the break on time. That is a rare treat.
Shut up.
That's not your fault. Here we go.
K-How.
Oh boy, do I have a loaded question. Somebody wants to know what's a good price for furnace and air. My God. I mean, I hate these calls, but we got to take them. We got to confront them. I mean, because there really are prices out there, and everybody's going to find them out. Now, I would be very, very suspicious of prices that are too low or too high. But let's talk about ranges. Let's talk about regular efficiency. Let's talk about high efficiency. But there's another question first before we get to price. This guy's got a 10-year-old furnace. He needs air. They're recommending to do both. Where do you stand, Bob, in general, in the industry? Where do we stand on that?
You know, typically, especially something 10 years old, I'd recommend replacing both because most of the systems, almost all the systems these days are communicating. So they communicate the furnace and the air conditioning system and work together. Now, you can put a new air conditioning unit on an older furnace, but I wouldn't recommend it because you're just going to end up replacing it. And here's the thing, the installation costs, when you do them separately, you're basically doubling the installation costs. And so if you put a new air conditioner on, a year later the furnace goes out, it's going to cost you a ton of money. And the installation is a big part of the cost. So anyway, especially on a 10-year-old furnace, I would just replace them both.
Now, price ranges. Let's just do it, man.
Let me ask you a question.
All right, go ahead.
How much does a new car cost, Tom?
Right. Okay.
I mean, that's
okay.
How much does a new car cost?
So I can tell you that new cars cost anywhere from $22,000 to $200,000. I mean, for normal people, from $22,000 to $90,000.
Okay,
so,
and that's for normal people, yeah. So
what I mean is when you go extreme,
because you can get a Bentley for $400,000.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but
so
furnace and air conditioning systems are the same way.
All right,
There's many different models.
Let's talk about reality. Yeah. Reality in the market.
A reality.
There's got to be a price.
Yeah, a reality. You're looking for.
And I'm not asking necessarily
a full
plumb line.
system. Yeah, full system.
80% efficient.
80% efficient, 15 to 18,000. If
you're saying that's the low end, $15,000 right now
for a full system, yeah.
Okay.
And now here's the thing too, you can buy the best equipment money can buy. The best equipment money can buy. If you have a schlock install it for you, it's probably going to be unsafe. And it's not going to run efficiently. It's not going to last as long. So you think you're saving a lot of money, and a few years down the road, you're going to regret that decision.
But for an 80% efficient, 15 for both, heating that for both, 15, would you say that's normal on the low end?
I would say that's normal, yeah.
Wow. And
what was that 10 years ago, Bob?
10 years ago is 9 or 10,000. Yeah, 9 to 10,000.
Isn't it crazy? And to go back to his car example,
it's jumped up a lot the last 3 to 4 years since COVID.
Just like you said on cars, though, you could buy a little Hyundai Accent for $11,000-12,000 brand new 10 years ago. Now they're 20.
Yes, exactly. Everything's gone up, unfortunately, but again, with furnace and air conditioning systems, it's so different. I mean, you're not driving a car off a lot. It's not like a refrigerator that you're taking home and plugging into the wall. If the installation is not done right, you are wasting your money. I don't care what you buy or who you buy it from. Now, there's some really good companies outside of Plumline that do an exceptional job, but the majority of them have no business installing furnace and air conditioning systems. Time and time again, we get calls for people saying, we just had this installed, it's not working, we can't get a hold of the guy, they're not standing behind their warranties, and we basically got to uninstall the entire thing and reinstall it.
Hey, Bob, on the efficiency,
is a common occurrence.
On the efficiency question, let's say 15,000 for that 80%, and then I'm just throwing a number out there, but 20,000 for say a 95% or whatever's close to there.
What is the highest efficiency?
Yeah. What is the price difference?
You mean
what's the highest efficiency?
98% right now is, and for people who don't understand what that means is if you look at an 80% furnace, basically for every dollar you spend on energy, 20 cents is going out the chimney. 20 cents is being wasted on that dollar. For a 95.
Now this is what Copilot says.
For a 95%.
Listen to this. Listen to Copilot. Oh, that's just AC. Never mind.
For 95%.
Never mind. They just said AC. I mean, I wanted to know complete system. Okay, never mind.
Are you looking at prices there?
Yeah. Okay. I just want to see what AI does, artificial intelligence.
Like I said, I think when you're looking at the Denver metro market, Fort Collins, that area, 15 to 18 for an 80% full system. And they could be higher than that for an 80% or two. Or, you're looking at 25 to 30 for a 95% seal combustion system.
I'm asking. I just want to know, because people are going to do this, and so they don't even answer. They're saying, they're saying in 2024, just the air conditioner is anywhere, just the air conditioner, the average cost across the market for in 2024 so far has been, for the air conditioner, $6,500 to $12,000. So that's in line with what you're saying.
Yeah, I think we rarely just do an air conditioner, but
But anyway,
around the 10,000 mark, 12,000.
Well, real quick though, how much more is that high efficiency? Roughly $5,000.
I can't get an answer out of here, but what? Okay, let's just take a furnace installation, same house. Just pick a house. Like a 3,000, what is a 2,500 square foot house? A furnace that's 80% and a furnace that's 98%.
Just the furnace?
Yeah.
No, the system.
The system. What would be the difference in price, do you think? How much can it vary?
Typically 30%.
Oh, okay. Do you save it?
30%.
It depends on the house too, right?
Right, depends on the house, the usage, and that's where, higher efficiency systems, yes, are great for the environment. In Colorado, because our gas prices are so low compared to a lot of other parts of the country, typically people will not, kind of like the solar guy, you're not going to see huge, tremendous savings on your energy bills that are going to justify the cost. But they're typically quieter, they've got modulating systems, so they're not blasting.
But there are some times it absolutely saves you money.
Oh, it'll definitely save you money. It's just, but if that's the only reason you're upgrading is to try to overcome those cost savings, you're probably not going to do it. There's a lot of other reasons to buy a higher efficiency system.
Okay. Now, Jason.
Wait. One more question on that stuff, Bob.
Yes.
So if your house is old, built in the 70s or 80s, even if you got a 98%er, I mean, a big deal. If you've got crappy windows and everything else, it's not going to matter, right?
That's exactly right. And the reality is, especially if you're looking at a really old house, because you on a higher efficiency system, they vent differently. So if you're going through finished basements and things like that. I've got 80%ers in my house. There's nothing wrong with an 80%er. I've also got, in my, and that was my last house. That the house I have now has the newer systems, but there's nothing wrong with an 80% furnace.
We have more coming up, and I have to tell you something, man. We got to get used to something, and that is everything. And it's not just Biden. I know I heard your little snide remark, Mark. And by the way, I'm not sticking up for him. I'm just saying it's not just him. This has been happening over the last 10, 12, 15 years. The price.
COVID made it crazy, man.
Yeah, COVID, the supply chain issues.
Okay. By the way, speaking of energy, ProBid Energy, one of the solar providers we believe in, ProBid Energy for sales, installation, service. They're good people, including commercial systems. ProBidEnergy.com.
Yep.
Please tell Jason we'll be right to him.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Through downtown, I-25 southbound, the off-ramp to 38th and Park Avenue is closed for ongoing road work. Watch out for crews and possible detours around the downtown area. Heading out east near DIA, E470 northbound, road work continues with slow driving between 56th and Pena Boulevard. Otherwise a pretty standard drive throughout the Denver metro. Some good news on the north end of town. I-25 northbound, a recent accident at 168th Avenue has been all cleared and traffic has returned to normal. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. The summer heat is upon us today with a high of 97 this afternoon. Overnight low of 64, tomorrow high 96. The current temperature in Denver is 91 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming with member-only offers. Learn more about their new loyalty program at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details.
All right, I love talking about air and all that, and you know what I do in my home? That QC Colorado quiet, cool, whole house comfort I've had in my house for years. And I'm going to tell you something. I keep it on low speed all the time. Now, some people turn it on in the morning and the evening. You can do that. You can keep your house just cooking all day and come home and then air it all out, and then your air works less. Whatever you want to do. I keep mine on low. I found it to be really good. On the hottest days, it destratifies the air, and then I keep my air conditioner on a certain temp, and it hardly ever comes on. I've saved so much money with this. QCcolorado.com. You may want to check this out for your house in addition to everything else. It will save you money. That is QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419. It takes a couple hours to install. Remote controlled, no wiring in the walls, 303-800-3419. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, a lot of people say, what exactly do they do? Well, I can't tell you exactly what they do because they do different things for different people. What they do is look at everything you have in your retirement plan. You may have 401ks, IRAs, a pension plan. You might have some, you might be on Medicare. You might be on Social Security. You might want to be growing your nest egg. You may want to protect your nest egg. You may want to turn some of it into income, whatever it is. They look at the complete picture and then try to help you navigate retirement. If you have any doubts, call them, ask them. They'll be totally transparent on what they do and how they do it. They'll meet with you as many times as it takes with no obligation until you're comfortable. And you may never hire them, but they're willing to meet with you. rpcenter.com. Good people. I'm a client. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211.
Thank you.
What's my question?
Meet Piercy.
What about your question?
What do I usually ask after I do my spots? Numbnuts.
Did it sound okay?
No, I ask how much time do I have? Do I have time to go get coffee or to turn on a movie or...
It'd have to be a pretty short movie, 2.5 minutes.
Oh, never mind. I don't even have time for coffee then.
Nope.
All right.
Barely have time to empty out from coffee. Kelly was confused when I said I need to go number 3 here in a minute, which is a lot more than...
I don't know what that is, but it makes me
well,
sick
when he
thinking
starts
about
out
it.
at number 1 and then you're surprised by a 2, it's a 3.
Oh, Jesus, you're disgusting.
Me?
And I mean that in the best way possible.
I think I'm being very accurate about an accidental bodily function. No, Mark. Mark is gone.
He is. I see.
Yep.
Oh, that's a frozen Mark. Then get me on that picture alone so they can see my good-looking face and all that.
You want to get rid of Mark on the thing? How do we do that?
I don't know. We have a frozen picture next to us.
Don't you have control over the...
I don't have shit.
Oh, don't you? Okay.
Where's my YouTube?
I hope he signed out, and I can fix it.
My morons. Where are my morons? I never got a YouTube link.
Tom, have you watched the Don McLean doc?
No, I'm going to. I haven't done it yet.
Gotcha.
Did you watch it?
I did. Ryan did.
Was it good?
It's awesome. You're going to love it.
Who is that?
That's Ryan.
Oh, Ryan. Hey,
What's
man.
the name of the documentary? Is it Killing You Softly with my sound? Killing You Softly?
You know what I like?
What?
I like when we were on that thing. Ryan sounded like such a broadcaster, and I sound like some schlock.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm really not kidding. By the way, I'm serious. I thought, my God, here I've been doing it for 50 years, and this guy sounds like, hey,
he is
a legend. And I'm thinking, where the hell did he get?
Well, it's surprisingly he is surprisingly smooth.
No, I mean that sincerely. He sure is.
Oh my gosh, really like butter.
So he's really good. That's why I cut him out of my social post with that.
Oh yeah, you gotta. Yeah, don't.
I just cut you, Brian. The only reason I cut you out is because I was explaining. It had nothing to do with anything. It was my social, and I didn't want to have to explain. Well, we did it together, and Ryan was nice enough to include me, and I said, "Fuck it, I just won't include him."
Hey, it's understandable. You and I have been at this long enough to know that it's all king of the hill around here. You just got to keep knocking the new people down.
Well, especially the young whippersnappers like him, that son of a bitch. As soon as he starts solving consumer problems, I'm out.
Yeah. Well, he did that 1 or 2 days. He did 2 days for you. Oh, coming back.
No, he did a great job.
Advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
All right. Shannon, get Ryan to get on the microphone right now.
Let me see if I can find him.
Get him. He's right there. Get him.
I'm right here.
Ryan, where'd you get that voice, you bastard?
The good Lord, and I had a reverend actually pull me aside after a cross-country race and say, son, God gave you a gift, and he intends for you to use it.
No,
So
you
from that
really,
point
no,
forward-
you really have a nice voice, and that's cool. I'm not jealous or anything. I just don't want you coming on the show much.
Okay.
Anyway, all right. That's Ryan Schuling, by the way, and he's on the air right after me. Cool guy. And we interviewed Don McLean together, and then I was just joking about how I cut him out when I posted it on social. And then he was kind enough to play the whole thing on his show, including me. But anyway, so 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's go to the phones. Jason, go ahead. You have another question. Let me take you real quick here. Go ahead, Jason. We were talking, by the way, wait. Which one was Jason again? I'm sorry. I'm sure. Don't call me Joe Biden. What's that?
Hi, how you doing?
Oh, you have a business question. I never did take
I
it.
said hello. Thank you for taking the call.
Yes, sir. I never did take your call. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, business question. I'm a licensed winemaker in the state of Colorado, and the state of Colorado holds a Governor's Cup winemaking competition for commercial wineries. And the rules and regs just came out, and the window to enter begins in July and ends in August. Now, I've combed over these rules and regs, and they're very ambiguous. The rules and regs qualify my winery, but also disqualify my winery.
Can you give me the example? Give me the example of what you're talking about. Give me the example.
Okay. So the language says right in the first paragraph, all commercial wineries are eligible. Then it says in another paragraph, here are the minimum requirements. I meet the minimum requirements, but then they don't specify in the minimum requirements, for example, to bring 10 cases of wine for each entry to the event. And then it says, for wine made in 50-case productions. My whole production is 50 cases. So the governor and the Department of Ag are writing this language, and our governor, everyone knows he's a DEI governor. This is not an inclusive competition. And the reason why it interests me to enter is because I'm new to the business, and there's a press junket, you meet people at the event, there's all this exposure that could be really have a really positive effect for sales and create revenue. But basically, the language in this document only.
Why don't you just go with the language? Hold on. Why don't you just go with the language that includes you?
Because they'll disqualify me.
Why? What would they disqualify you about?
Because they ask for provenance on your production. You have to show where you buy your grapes or where you grow your grapes.
Right.
How many grapes you crushed.
Okay.
They'll cross-reference all that material with the Department of Revenue liquor licensing.
Yeah, keep going. I still haven't heard why you're disqualifying.
So when they cross-reference that, I have to file a monthly report, so they have all my data.
Okay.
So every entry will be scrutinized. They'll take the money, and then they'll disqualify me.
Why? Why will they disqualify you? Because you're too small?
But it's not because I'm too small.
Okay.
But our governor is a DEI governor. He's an inclusive governor. And I'm trying to affect change. I'm trying to go back and say, why is it written this way when it should be written this way? Because in the same document, it says there are 167 wineries in the state, but only 45 enter the Governor's Cup competition. It's because of the restrictive language in the rules and regulations.
Okay.
Now, this event is held, get this, this event is held by the Colorado Wine Industry Development Board. How are they developing wine when they're restricting it?
Okay, so
So I just don't know where to go. I don't know what outlet.
Did you go to the? Hold
I
on.
called the governor's office.
Well,
I'm
what
waiting
about
for
what about calling the board? The governor has nothing to do with it. What about calling the board?
I've talked so, and I'm going to tread very lightly here. The young man who runs the Colorado Wine Industry Board, I will not say his name because I refuse to give him a plug. He's incompetent because he's the one that sends the email with these rules and regulations. And I tore those rules and regulations to shreds. And he comes back at me with questions, not answers. And he's in complete denial. He's 30-something years old. He has no idea what he's doing. He also happens to be an elected public official in the state of Colorado.
Listen, we actually vote. Hold on.
Holding a Department of Agriculture job.
We actually vote for a wino board here, a guy that's in charge of the wino board.
Correct.
It's a voted. We vote for it. It's on a ballot.
Correct. But he's appointed. We don't. We delegate funding, and the CWIDP, the Colorado Wine Industry Development Board, the head member is appointed. He's not elected.
Well, you just said he was elected. So
no, he's an elected official in another capacity. He's holding two roles.
Oh, okay. Okay. What is his elected? What is his elected
Under
role?
Amendment 41, Article 29.
What is his elected role?
He's the mayor. He's a mayor.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the. He doesn't have to be a mayor.
Mayor of a municipality.
Bro, just listen. As much as he doesn't have to be a mayor.
There has to be some type of right.
So
but he is a mayor, and
okay.
he also sits on the wine board.
I get it. But he's not an elected official as far as you're concerned for the wine board. So what we need to figure out is simply this. The Colorado Wine Industry Development Board, you're saying, is being restrictive in the Governor's Cup. Okay? That's bottom line. Okay? They're being restrictive.
Correct.
Have you talked to any other wineries that are being aced out?
No, because you try and talk to people in the Colorado wine industry.
Yeah.
There's nothing but resistance, Martino.
What do you mean by
No one
resistance?
will-
If
no
other
one will-
people are being left out
I thought
and they're in the same boat as you, they would want to align with you. Now tell me
no
why.
one really cares. They don't want to fight. They don't want to fight.
Well,
they don't want to stick up for
But
themselves.
let's talk about this, okay? Hold on a second.
And
What
not-
does it take to become a winery to begin with? A licensed winery? What's the difference? Help me out here, Jason. Jason, what's the difference between a winery and a winemaker?
You need a federal license and you need a state license.
Do you have
a federal license and a state license?
Do you have everything it takes to be considered a winery?
I could sell you a bottle of wine right now, today.
Okay. So you have everything it takes to be a winery. And you're telling me if you enter as a commercial winery,
More than likely, they will disqualify me.
what will disqualify you?
This is a poorly.
Okay. So far, Jason, one of the main problems you have, Jason, I'm going to tell you something, because I know in your head you have this completely straight, but you're not communicating it properly. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to drag other people through this right now, and we would happily call this guy over at the wine board or the entire wine board. But here's what I want in writing, without being verbose. I want simply the clauses that conflict. That's it. Okay? Because I can't hear what you're saying. 303-713-8255.
Now,
What he said to
Impact
me
Traffic.
made no sense whatsoever.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Through downtown, I-25 southbound, the off-ramp to 38th and Park Avenue is closed for ongoing road work. Watch out for crews and possible detours around the downtown area. Heading out east near DIA, E470 northbound, road work continues with
How's that?
between
Gobbledygook,
56
gobbledygook.
and Pena.
Yep. And, go crazy in this break. You know what time it is. You know what's going on there.
Of town, I-25 northbound, a recent accident at 168th Avenue has been all cleared and traffic has returned to normal. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. The summer heat is upon us today with a high of 97 this afternoon. Overnight low of 64, tomorrow high 96. The current temperature in Denver is 91 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming with member-only offers. Learn more about their new loyalty program at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details.
Dan McKenzie is an attorney that helps you with estate planning. Whether you're avoiding probate or you're facing probate, you want a simple will, you want a trust, you want a combination of the two. He's a small law firm that gives you individualized attention. And I'm telling you, I've referred a lot of people to him. He'll sit down and go over your entire estate plan and come up with a plan for you. And that's Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law. And here's a real easy number to remember. Now, he is live and local, 833 CO plans, 833 CO plans or coplans.co. Now, also, I want to tell you about something else, and that is GenesisTotalExteriors.com. If you are looking for all of your storm damage on one invoice, Genesis is the place to go. Genesis can help you whether you are looking at just the roof, the gutters, the siding, windows, doors, fascia, soffits, painting. He does it all. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. One source, one invoice. Someone that I know and trust, and you can too. That's Genesis, 303-679-8509. Genesis. Hey, Grossman Wellness is someone that I have gone to for years. And you know what they do for me? They keep me healthy in a proactive way. All of my prescriptions, my supplements are included. And for what I consider a reasonable monthly fee of a few $100, all of the blood work is included too, every 3 months. Now that's being proactive. Hardly anything can happen in 3 months that you can't catch and fix. And it monitors all of your blood levels. GrossmanWellness.com. I highly recommend them. I am a patient. GrossmanWellness.com.
Very nice, thank you. Hang on. Oh, more phone calls.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Oh, it's climate protesters at the golf thingy.
Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah. Like you can protest the climate and it's going to make a difference. Like we can really make a difference. Do you know if the entire continent of Asia complies with every single restriction that these people believe would work? Do you know that it would reduce our carbon emissions by 2%?
Hopefully 2%.
The entire continent of Asia, 2%. So if the entire world complies, if we went back to the Stone Ages, it would have minimal, if any, impact whatsoever. Just because of nature. But no one ever talks. No one talks about that. They also take static readings of temperatures without ever averaging in the Coriolis effect. That's one thing no one ever brings up.
Slightly different than the areola effect.
But of course, science is selective, as we've seen in COVID and everything else. Science is used to pound agendas.
I see a possible fix here. If we blame
I just saw an ultrasound of
Palestine
my
for
21-year-old
climate
grandson
change,
with hands and
we
feet
get
and
the two
nose and
sides to
everything
fight.
else, and
You're 21 on.
but science on the other side would say that's not a baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'll never forget
I know.
Leonard Nimoy telling us there was going to be an ice age coming. Remember that deal?
There are many cycles that this earth will go through. Here's the idea. What
Stand there
impact?
like a woman.
What impact does man have?
Well, you cooked up a lasagna. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover best-selling adventure stories on Audible.
Oh, crap, here we go.
Line at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Gary, tell me what's happening with True Freedom hot tubs. Gary.
Hey, Tom, I talked to you a couple months ago and sent you some information on this guy. He's a total sleaze, and
who is it?
He ripped off two more people, according to Yelp.
Who is it?
His name is Neil Christian Smith.
Neil Christian Smith. I thought I did something on him.
I sent you a picture and all of his info.
All right, hold on a sec. We'll come right back to you. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
All right, that was nice.
Neil Christian Smith. Let me find this guy.
I think I remember you talking about him.
Hold on. I have a little Neil Christian. So I have Sleaze Brigade here somewhere. Find it. Production Q. Sleaze Brigade. Neil Christian Smith.
Okay, so we're a radio show, and in order to utilize any of our free services or anything like that, you would have to go on the air with Tom, and he would either assign a deputy to work on it a little bit closer, or he would give you personal advice
Freedom Hot
himself,
Tubs.
if that's what you're looking for. The other thing you could do is send us an email at help@troubleshooter.com and include the pictures that you have, and then we can schedule you for a later date to be on the air.
I can't keep track of these fucking
Okay, thanks so much.
Christian Smith.
Bye. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Neil Christian Smith.
Okay.
Christian Smith.
Sure. I can give that to you.
Oh, man.
It is 833 726 7378. Uh-huh. 726 7378. Yep, you got it. There's not a lot I can do. That's what their phone number is. The other thing I can direct you to is their website, which is amrest247.com. And you might be able to contact them that way as well. 7. Yep, that's it.
Christians.
All right, no problem. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
How's your new piercing working out for you?
I'm not liking every 5 minutes.
Jesus,
that I get
why don't
pop-up
I have
things
anything
that
on
say,
this Neil Christian's?
We have things we have to update, and I have to keep hitting postpone, postpone. It's like, I don't freaking want an update from you.
We'll just update it. It'll be fine.
And the other thing that I don't want to do is I keep getting, every time I get a text message, it pops up here. I don't want that either, and I don't know how to turn that off.
It might be a Google setting thing because you don't like the iPhone. So.
I hate iPhones. But other than that,
Why the frick can't I find this guy? He's not on my sleeves brigade.
forgot we had this.
Christian.
Martino stuff yet?
Hell yeah! Save the taxpayers some money.
Step outside, Doc. I'm trying to call
What?
on a cab. Step outside and call on a cab.
TPRS, baby. Not in here.
Tried to tell the guy, I don't think it's working still. It's off and it's still blowing out cold air.
Legion Construction.
Man, downtown is such a piece of shit. We went to the Rockies game on Friday.
Legion Construction.
Absolutely horrible.
I have Legion in here. Legion Construction. Okay, I got that guy.
Want a fruit wrap, Doc?
What?
Want a fruit wrap?
No thanks.
Okay.
Pete, he's on there. So I did have a lot of these on there.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Ten seconds here, Tom.
Okay, man.
It's Dan. Join me today at 4. We'll dive into the latest craziness from D.C. and from the loony left right here in Colorado, and we'll have a lot of fun doing it. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere, where we are trying to make your life a little easier, as we've been doing for 45 years, recovering cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. Bob Logan is with us from Plumline Services. And we do have a quick question, Bob, on two things. Swamp coolers. Do you guys even bother with them anymore? I'm thinking more and more people got away from them, but do you even bother with swamp coolers anymore?
We don't. We don't even service them anymore.
I don't know many people that do, actually.
No, the technology is just old. They really haven't gotten any better, and
I think they add unneeded moisture to the air.
They do. I mean, some people that use them do like them for that reason, because they do add moisture to the air, but it can get a little bit overbearing. But there's so many challenges and issues with the roof penetrations. They're always leaking. We didn't install a lot of them, but we serviced a lot of them.
Do you do Quiet Cool? Do you do whole house fans?
We do Quiet Cool as well, yes. Yeah, it's a great product.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, so other than that, what other whole house? I found them to be phenomenal, but what other things help a house? Okay, I mean, swamp coolers, I would say no. Solar systems, I think, yes, if you're in the right position to take advantage of the solar, high efficiency stuff. And of course, if I had a solar system, I would go with an auxiliary heat pump if I could. What other gimmicks? I don't mean gimmicks, bad word. But what other strategies truly that pay off?
Just upgrading to the higher technology. I mean, and Mark brought up a good point. You just said it, insulation. Whether it's the insulation in your attic or throughout your home, your windows and doors, checking for leaks there.
You don't do energy audits, do you? Blower door tests and all that?
We do not, no.
Yeah. A lot of companies have gotten away from that too, I think. I mean, we used to have a lot of companies that did energy audits and all of that. As far as the systems, though, the efficiency matters on the house. It's silly to put in a high efficiency in a house that leaks like a sieve. At the same time, if you have a pretty tight house, that really works well. What about water heat? Do people do hot water heat anymore?
They do. We do a lot of boiler systems, yes.
Okay.
And they're a phenomenal system.
I love water. I love hot
forms
water
of energy, yes.
And aren't they pretty efficient?
They're very efficient. But that's, retrofitting a house that does not have that and trying to do it, you wouldn't be able to do it. So we're talking new construction.
What about in-floor radiant heat?
In-floor radiant heat is fantastic, yes.
And that uses a boiler, right?
Yes, it does.
And then I've seen somebody putting
there are electric systems as well, but we don't work on any of those.
I've seen people put in systems in their driveways to keep them from freezing.
Yes.
Have you seen those glycol systems? Man, are they expensive.
I have one.
You do?
I moved up to the Evergreen area recently, and yes, the previous homeowner has it. So
isn't there a boiler dedicated to just that?
There is, yes.
And does it use glycol or water?
Glycol. I think there's some other. It's not a straight water though, but yes,
So this piping goes through the concrete, and does it work?
Oh, it works fantastic, yes. As the snow is falling, because mine doesn't have the whole driveway; it just has the main entryway, so that.
And you guys don't do that as a company?
We don't. Again, that's typically something you
see
in new construction, but you can retrofit an ice melt system in.
Oh, man. Anyway, 303-713-8255. Gary wants to talk about True Freedom hot tubs. He said, and there's a guy, and he's been telling me about this guy, and I have a long list of people that this guy's ripped off. And what I don't understand is why authorities don't do anything. Explain who he is and what he's doing, Gary.
He's got a small hot tub repair company, and what he does is he goes in, he'll give you an estimate, he gets a down payment for parts, and walks away.
And I mean, he's been doing, and that's against, that's against the freedom. What do you call it? The Contractors Trust Act. It's just unbelievable.
I took him to small claims court, and he failed to show, so I won, and now there's a contempt.
Neil Smith, yep. Neil Smith, True Freedom Hot Tub Repair. Hold on. Yep. We have so many victims from this guy. And you got a judgment. Did you go after him for the judgment you have?
Yeah.
And?
Yep. And he didn't show up for court.
No, but you have a judgment though. Why don't you start garnishing or just accounts receivable or something?
There's nothing. You can't find the guy. He's hiding. He's got like 4 or 5 different names he goes under, and he just got another girl a couple weeks ago for $300.
Where are you finding it? Where are you finding these victims?
On Yelp. If you look up the True Freedom under Yelp, everything's there.
I just can't believe that he just hasn't been like.
Hey, Tom, I just Googled it, and it said that it's been taken down. There's no reference to True Freedom hot tubs.
But you'll be happy to know he has an A+ on the Better Business Bureau.
Yeah.
A+.
I looked at the Google this morning at the Yelps.
Yeah. Can you believe that? I mean,
I'm seeing Yelp and Nextdoor and all sorts of stuff.
Oh, you do see him? Man, I'll tell you.
And Tom, I had sent you a picture and all his information a couple of months ago for the Sleaze Brigade.
I know, I'm looking for that too. Because I have a lot of people I put up on the Sleaze Brigade, and I don't know why. I looked and searched for it and couldn't find it. True Freedom hot tubs. Let's see. He doesn't have let's see, what about his ratings? What are you finding there? I'm not. True Freedom. How does he get 4.5 stars?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, are they all fake?
I think it's all fake. Everything that's on there, he's written himself except for the negative stuff.
Well, that's easy to say, but that's hard to do. I mean, I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying that would be a lot of manipulation. Is the guy that smart? Where did you find him when you did get him? How did you hire him?
He lives in my neighborhood. He's 5 minutes away from me.
Is he still there? And you still can't find him?
His ex-wife still lives in the house where the address is.
And she's not part of it, right?
With him. Nope.
Oh my God, why is this not coming up for me? Okay. So anyway, I'm going to tell you, do you have a phone number for him?
Yes.
Okay. Is it the one you gave me?
303.
Hold on. 303.
549.
Yeah.
2148.
And does he answer?
He won't answer my calls, but I'm sure that's what he's using for his business.
And where'd you find that number? Just recently?
It's on the website.
Holy crap. Okay. Yeah, I have him in my production queue, and I know I told you I was going to get him up, but I have to tell you, I have so many bad actors I'm putting up there every day. It's amazing to me that this guy has not been arrested. Have you ever talked to the attorney or the districts or the district attorneys where he is, or the attorney general?
No.
Do you have a complete list of all the victims right now?
There's, I think, 5 of them on Yelp. If you look them up, there's 5 of them on there.
Okay. That's what I'm going to do right now. But I want to know if anybody has, and what other names? You said he went by other names than True Freedom Hot Tub.
Yeah, well, his name, he goes by like Thomas McQueen, I don't know, Chris Neo, Nate.
Oh my God. So this guy's a regular sham. And he always gets people, this is what's amazing to me, he always gets people to give him money. Money up front.
Even after he got me, I'm the one who wrote the first Yelp. And then he's got 4 people since then, and I don't understand why, people didn't read those reviews.
Yep. Well, I don't think people do. I think people I don't even know where they find him. Where is he advertising?
All I saw was you just Google hot tub repair, and he popped up, and he was in my neighborhood.
Anyway, people, this is just, all we can do is just warn people, True Freedom Hot Tubs, and how does Yelp work? Do you have to be a customer to put that up there? Because I think I've only, let's see, True Hot, I'm looking at it right now. But he still has 3.5 stars. Okay, that's the problem. He still has 3.5 stars. And I'm looking at these. And True Freedom Hot Tubs, friendly and accurate repairs. I don't see all the negative stuff you guys are looking at. I see Neil Christian Smith, my customers mean everything to me. And I don't see the ripoffs on here. I'm looking here. I see only, I see one, Kenna. And
I think she's the latest.
And now, I do see him now. Now I'm looking at him. Yep. You're right. There's a lot of bad ones, but then he's got all these glowing ones. How the hell does that happen? He has so many 5-star ratings. And he says, I wish every customer could be as easy to work with as you. He even gets on here and answers them. Have you seen some of the interactions he's having with people? Have you ever gone on Nextdoor to warn people about him?
Yes, I have. I've been on every site you can find them on.
All right. 303-713-TALK, 713. Hold on a sec. I want Kachina to talk to you during the break. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, and I want to remind you that Genesis Total Exteriors handles multiple items of storm damage on one invoice, one point of contact, and it's everything from the roof to the gutter, siding, windows, doors, decks, painting. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
On today's show, as well as almost every show, I get somebody who's bought a used car, and they bought it as is, and it turned out to be a money pit. Sheridan Auto Tech, in addition to being a great auto repair facility, they do pre-buy inspections on used cars. SheridanAutoTech.com. I'm serious. It's worth it. I think it's only like $120, $130, whatever it is. It's an extraordinary service. So I urge you to go there for all your auto repair and maintenance and pre-buy inspections on used cars. 303-455-7242. SheridanAutoTech.com. Keel and Park are estate planning attorneys, and here's what I love about them. The way they do business, the way they do their practice. Listen to this. They will meet with you or on a Zoom call or phone call, and they'll go over all of your estate, whatever you have, whatever you own, your business, your art, your investments, whatever, cash, and then they come up with suggestions for an estate plan that will work for you, along with your wishes, your dreams, your kids, your heirs, and then they quote flat rate pricing. You can decide to do as much or as little as you want in that estate plan. It doesn't get easier or more straightforward than that. Keel and Park, lawkp.com. lawkp.com. 970-818-8198. Okay, what am I going to ask? Okay. Dragon.
Time to go make a chicken sandwich.
Dragon.
What?
How much time do I have?
3.
Okay.
Sorry, but I can barely hear you.
What am I doing with?
I'm good, thank you.
It is like 50,000 degrees colder in here than it is in everywhere else in this building.
You know what my biggest problem is?
All right. Well, that's Mark. All right. All right, dude.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. God, it just breaks my heart when I have these guys just keep ripping people off. You think about how hard it is when you do a legit job, right? Coming up with the money. Think about getting that money to somebody and having nothing in return. It is just the worst thing that can ever happen. How do these people sleep? And you know, Bob, in your business it happens with plumbing.
A lot.
Heating. I mean, there are people that have promised furnaces. We had a guy one time, say, "Oh, we'll do a furnace for." I mean, it was years and years, 20 years ago. He was advertising $1,200, $1,500 for a furnace, right? It might be 15 years, 16 years ago. Disappears because he takes the deposits and disappears. Have you ever had to go in and unscrew up jobs?
Oh,
all the time.
All the time. All the time.
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, I mean, at least they made an attempt to do it, but it's unbelievable the lack of quality and the lack of craftsmanship that goes into these installations.
And there's a difference between incompetence and ripoff.
Right.
Neither one of them are any good, but at least, somebody didn't come in trying to rip you off. Have you ever gotten calls from contractors or guys, independents who said, "I tried to do this, I can't do it"? Have you ever had anyone like that? I'm just curious.
I don't think we get too many of those calls.
No, I just wondered. I wonder if there's ever a good and well-intentioned guy that just tried to do something and screwed it up. I mean,
not that I can recall.
Now,
maybe some of my service managers.
Are there people who buy equipment? Can you buy equipment and try to do it yourself? Are there people? Is that? I mean, I'm not asking if it's wise. I'm asking, do suppliers sell furnaces to people?
Most legitimate suppliers do not. You have to have a contractor's license, and in fact, even with the contractor's license, like we work with Carrier, local distributors, Low Miller. Even a licensed contractor can't just walk in and buy a furnace or air conditioner.
Remember when
They get vetted.
Price Fixer went down the tubes, but they were having consumers go on and pick the stuff they want.
Right.
And then they would call somehow a contractor who had a regular HVAC company. These guys that tried to do it weren't bad people.
No,
it just didn't work.
I mean, some of these are giants in the industry.
It just did not work.
Right, because the complexities of a furnace.
Each one is different.
It's so different. Again, it's not like buying a refrigerator online, having it delivered.
Not even like buying a car. Not like buying a stove, a microwave.
Right. There's so much complexity.
I think every installation is completely different. You don't know how much venting you need. You don't know where the fresh air is coming in. You don't know you don't know anything. How much clearance around the furnace? Is it low? Is it high? Is it medium size?
And to expect a homeowner to be able to go online and put that information in. I mean, I was in the industry and I tried to go on a Price Fixer, and there's been other companies that have tried the same thing.
And so how did it work? You would buy it? Because I think someday, Bob, there will be direct to consumer. There's no doubt. Everyone right now is trying to develop that. Google's trying to develop that. We've talked about it a million times, but you're right. The complexity, the amount of service needed, I don't know if it'll ever succeed. I mean, there are just certain things that aren't going to succeed, although I never thought telehealth would work.
Right. Yeah, I never say never because every day
maybe
I get shocked.
There might be things that you guys can eventually do on Zoom. I'm serious, or on tele appointments rather than sending a tech. There have to be. If you know the age of their system, if they can show you the system, there's got to be things that are intelligent enough that you can start discerning.
I mean, just the simple technology of video phones, FaceTime and things like that. You don't have to go to the home every single time.
Right.
If someone says, "Hey,"
but you guys don't utilize that now, do you?
No, I mean it's pretty rare. I mean, if a homeowner calls us and hey, I pushed something wrong on my thermostat, one of the service managers might call and say, "Well, put me on FaceTime. Let me see what you got going on here." But no, typically because we're all around the Denver metro area, it's just easy to send a technician over.
Okay, Susan. Hi. What's going on, Susan?
Hi.
What's happening?
Hi.
Hey.
So I have just a small rental property downtown in Denver, and I have a tenant in there that has been a challenge, to say the least. He's consistently late on the rent, and he's making changes to the property.
Whoa.
And then
what kind of changes,
deducting
Susan?
the costs. He took down some drywall areas, repainted some rooms, stuff like that. Nothing.
Well, that's major though, without authority. And then
major,
does he deduct it from rent?
And then Yeah, he deducts it from the rent.
Let me ask you something.
So-
I just want to ask you something before we get into this, and I will help you. I might have to take a break here, but I really want to help. Have you noticed how difficult? And this has nothing to do with parties. It has to do with it has to do with laws. How difficult the lawmakers are making it on landlords?
Yes.
I mean, now, granted, for years, tenants were ripped off, but I'm talking like 25, 30 years ago when I first got, there were no rights at all. But now it's completely swung to an unreasonable. You probably can't get rid of this guy. Tell me what you're calling about today.
So, because I did look into what it's going to take to get rid of him, and that really puts me in a vulnerable position. His lease is up, and
oh no, but now you can't non-renew unless you have a reason, and it has to be a good one. All leases are automatically renewed unless you have a just cause, they call it.
Right, and that was my question. Is that in fact, or is it the end of the contract? So I have to automatically renew his lease.
You must. Unless you have just cause. Now listen, I'm not versed in this, but I'd love to get Brad O'Brien on to talk about it.
Okay. Because then my next question would be, what is just cause?
Yeah, that's great. Okay, how about this? Let's try to get Brad O'Brien on if we can right now to answer that.
Okay.
And then we'll take a quick break. Hold on, and let's see if we can get you some answers. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming right up. Hey, listen, tell Eric and Mike, I really want to hear Mike
This
comment
is Denver's
on
talk
Christ
station
Victor.
with
So ask
Michael
them to
Brown in the
please
morning
hang on
and Dan
I'll take
Kaplis
it
in the
right
afternoon,
after. I will take
6:30.
a comment.
HOW.
You got it.
Thank you, man.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
3 downtown in the Central Business District. Curtis Street northbound is closed between the 16th Street Mile and 18th Street for police activity. Watch out for detours and police presence. Fairly standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Otherwise, as we hit that noon hour, I-25 northbound seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s into downtown between Alameda and Colfax. If you're heading to DIA this afternoon, I-70 eastbound, it's a slow drive starting at Havana to about Pena. We're seeing 3 or 4 minutes of delays there. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. It's a hot one out there today, folks. High 97 this afternoon, overnight low of 64. Tomorrow mostly sunny with a high of 96. The current temperature in Denver is 95 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan at 630 KL.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
All right. If you want safe, conservative investments, I really like this one for people that don't have a giant lump sum of money and they want to build up a nest egg. It's called Become the Banker, where you overfund life insurance. You know, it's a great plan. It really is. And the growth is tax deferred and can be tax free. And then you build up a cash value that you can borrow against for income later on in life. Find out more about it. It really is a good plan. BecomeTheBanker.org. 303-779-6600.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. I'm sorry, who? You called a radio show. We don't have an IT manager. We're a radio show. I sure won't. Thank you for calling.
What other projects are you thinking about getting involved in?
Well, I had to cut back on some. And you know what's really fun is that some of them really take root and people love them. Like I did that, this one thing that I did is really going well. I got it started. And what was that mailer? I just don't see a future in print. It's still it's called.
And that's like a franchise, right? Did you buy a franchise, or is it?
It's a distributor.
Okay.
They have it down.
Okay, right.
Still going. To help businesses because of all this consumer knowledge, right? The corporate thing, the confessional, and I had some others where I was doing some beta testing and it was really working. Or this the voice thing,
right.
The artificial intelligence. Although I'm not directly involved in it, I was really tempted to see how it goes. So I had to.
No PP for you.
There were a lot of things that developed, like there was something where Mark and I were doing some back office stuff for companies. We were convinced that companies, they're good at what they do at the trade without a license.
Right.
And we were trying to be a back office in a box. It's what Amazon does a lot for stuff like that. We don't know how to do it for service. Just help them do it. There's really a place, but Jesus, there's only so much you can do. And I don't want to be come up on 80 saying, well, okay, why? I like doing it, but at the same time, there's got to be a reason for it. The only thing I held on to was my finances. The company I just got. And again, because there are so many underserved people that are just trusting us. And that doesn't take a lot of it. It just takes brain power.
10 seconds here, Tom.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, so what's going on in your life? I want to take this comment. I'm going to go back to that landlord. I looked it up. We also have Brad. No, let's get Brad O'Brien. I'm sorry, I didn't know he's on. Let's get him right now. Brad O'Brien, and then I'll go to a comment on Price Fixer, and then we have a question for Plumline. So hang in there. Susan's a landlord, and Susan says she doesn't like her client or her tenant, and wants to really, what does it take to get rid of him at the end of a lease? You can't just say, hey, I don't like you. There's got to be a reason. It's called just cause. And Brad, as I explained for years, there was need in the past for some adjustments for tenants' rights, because there was a time in this state there was zero rights for a tenant. But at the same time, the pendulum is now swinging, and a lot of landlords think that they took away all the landlord rights. But can you give some balance to us when it comes to this just cause law? And Brad O'Brien is our real estate expert. He's an attorney at law that does real estate law. Brad, just cause. If I want to end my lease, is it really that much more difficult than it was?
Yes, it is. Now, the landlord has to give basically 90 days of advance notice that they're not going to renew the tenant at the end of their term. There's a few exceptions, like a tenant in the first year of their lease doesn't. You don't have to do it with that tenant. But once they've gone past a year, then they have the right to renewal, unless the landlord has some specific reasons, like they need to do a major renovation, or they want to sell the rental unit, or they actually want to move back in, or someone in their family wants to move back in, a few other reasons.
Well, what if a landlord says, hey, I want to get rid of this guy, and they just put it up for sale, but they're really, how do we really know what their intent is? Isn't that a sneaky way to get rid of them if they want to?
Well, there's some requirements in there where you basically have to prove it. If you're a landlord saying you're going to sell, there's deadlines for the property to be listed for sale, and so if you don't list it for sale, or you turn around and rent it to somebody else, then it looks like an improper lease termination, and the first tenant, would have the right to go to court against the landlord and recover damages and attorney fees and all that kind of stuff.
Or if they have it says if a landlord wants a family member to move in, that they can do that too?
That's right.
And do you know what's...
It would be a dependent.
Okay. It has to be like almost an immediate family member, right?
Yep. Yeah, I don't think like an aunt or a cousin would work. I think it has to be a child.
And if somebody wants to switch to short-term rentals, but then again, that's a headache all into itself, substantial repairs and renovations, what would, again, that they could do that. I mean, that wouldn't be difficult to show, right?
Yeah, the landlord has to give a notice saying, we're going to do these repairs, and actually have to describe what the repairs are and give an estimate for how long it takes. And if it's not estimated to take 180 days, then the tenant has the right first right of refusal to be the first tenant back in there when the work is done.
Wow. And, okay, so what if I want to raise my rent? What about that?
Well, a landlord can raise the rent once every 12 months on a 12-month rolling calendar basis, but they can't raise the rent in retaliation for anything.
But who's to say, Brad, if she wants... Susan, what do you charge now for this place? Susan?
Yes, $1,800 a month.
Okay, so if she wanted to raise it to $2,500, Brad, is there a limit? Is there a rent control of some kind? What? It's not for retaliation. She just wants to. Can she do that?
No, you don't have to have I think it has to be a good faith rent increase, and I think it has to be supported by the market. So it might make sense to have some informal documentation from like a real estate broker that, just like an email, like here's what the rates are in your area right now, just so you have some paperwork to go along with the new rate. So in case you got in front of a judge, you'd have an argument against retaliation.
Okay.
Susan, it's not as easy as it was, is it, to be a landlord?
No, it's not.
Now, what about this? Sure. I want to ask Brad about this. You say he was doing unauthorized repairs on his own and then arbitrarily deducting it from rent.
Correct.
And so how much would he deduct from a month's rent? Give me an example.
Some months it was $450, other months it was up to $900.
Now, Brad, couldn't she call that non-payment?
Yes, there is a provision in the habitability statutes where a tenant can withhold rent to fix a habitability situation, but before they do that, they have to give a lot of written notice and opportunity to the landlord for the landlord to do the problem, and only as a last resort withhold the money to have the work done by a third-party professional, and they have to support that with an estimate. So there's a whole process before they could ever withhold rent.
So if they're not doing it properly, wouldn't that be a good reason for not renewing the lease? Isn't there a provision for non-payment of rent? Can't she add up all that and said you never got approval for withholding this rent?
Yeah, if the tenant is late 3 or more times in the rental period, in the preceding period, whatever that is, that's a reason for not renewing.
And Susan, did he withhold rent 3 times?
He's been there 10 months, and he's withheld rent 9.
What?
Times.
Well, that would be, you need to call Brad off the air. I'm serious. Because if he didn't do it properly, that is, Brad, wouldn't you think let's say we take her at her word, he never got approvals, they were not habitability issues. Like, were any of them critical safety or health issues?
No.
Give me an example of one of the biggest things he did.
He replaced the toilet.
And this was on his own and never got approval for that.
No, he never even called and told me the toilet was broken. I said, why is the rent short? He said, I replaced the toilet.
Brad, what do you think about that? Would that be considered late or non-payment?
Yeah, I think he's still late on that particular month where he withheld the amount to replace the toilet at his own.
Yeah, and he did it 11 times. I mean, he did it, 8 times, did you say? Or 9? How many times? 9?
Yeah. 9 times.
You need to call Brad O'Brien. Okay, enough said. OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388. She'll give you that off the air if you need it. That's 720-370-7388.
Hey, Brad, can I ask you a quick question?
No, you can't right now. You can later. I need to take some other calls first.
Impact Traffic.
We can't hold
is
Brad.
sponsored by .com.
Let him know. Thank you.
Out in the Central Business District, Curtis Street northbound is closed between the 16th Street Mile and 18th Street for police activity. Watch out for detours and police presence. Fairly standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Otherwise, as we hit that noon hour, I-25 northbound seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s into downtown between Alameda and Colfax. If you're heading to DIA this afternoon, I-70 eastbound, it's a slow drive starting at Havana to about Pena. We're seeing 3 or 4 minutes of delays there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. It's a hot one out there today, folks. High 97 this afternoon. Overnight low of 64. Tomorrow mostly sunny with a high of 96. The current temperature in Denver is 95 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan at 630 KL.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
So, you know what? We just heard from O'Brien Legal Services. Now I'm going to tell you for OLSlaw.com for real estate, but what about other real estate help, like selling your property or knowing what it's going to bring on the market? Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, will do a free analysis. For the asking, all you have to do is call Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Frank will do a complete analysis with all factors in the market, including supply and demand, comparables, interest rates, and give you an accurate assessment of what that will sell for based on his vast experience. That's 303-920-1622. Hey, if you ever have a property catastrophe, that's what they call them, a fire, a flood, black mold, asbestos, maybe a rental with a meth lab, God, you never know what's going to happen. You have property that needs help. American Restoration 24/7 will help protect your property, first by arresting those dangerous substances and then mitigating further damage and then helping you rebuild. And you know what? They work for you. You call them. Don't let your insurance company pick the company. I'm telling you, they never have your best interests at heart. You call American Restoration 24/7. I hope you never need them, but if you do, you'll be so happy they're there. The EPA certifications, license, knowledge, and know-how. 8337-AMREST. That stands for American Restoration. 8337-AMREST or online, amrest247.com.
I should have done it 3 or 4 years ago when the interest rates were low. Now the interest rates are high, so
Hey, Drag?
Oh, you mean to sell
Dragon?
home?
What?
Did I notice, and
Yeah,
you,
but I think that
did I
you know,
notice
the
there was an
market's
O'Brien spot scheduled?
Correct.
And did you mark it done or take it off or what?
I played him to your show, so whatever you did, I
Okay, I guess I didn't even, okay, I only saw 2 spots. It my mistake. I might have erased it. So I'm short of 30 in that spot, but in that break, but that's okay. Okay, because he was on and I
Right.
gave him kudos, yeah. And
Right.
gave his number out. Good. Okay.
Right.
That's right. She needs.
This guy up there, this guy is
Yeah, I was gonna worry about it because he was on.
$400 for 9 repairs. This guy's taking advantage of this.
Oh, absolutely.
I'd like to know where this property is. I'd like
Like to know what?
I said I'd like to know where this property is.
Yeah.
I'd take it off the hands.
Why would you want to do that and have this guy as a tenant?
Oh no, because Doc, if she's gonna sell it, that's a reason. To
Oh,
get him out.
oh, okay.
That's a valid. It's crazy. That's a good. The landlords should get together and form a little coalition against the government.
Yeah.
Because what they're doing, people like me, I know a guy that has 20 houses. He's got them all up for sale just because
Wow.
of bullshit. So what that's going to do is we create less of a rental market for people that really need a rental.
Exactly.
So the government's doing it in reverse. They're thinking of helping the tenant, but people are selling them, and there's just going to be a lot less rentals available.
Ryan Schuling, Kathy Walker, Rob Dawson, and the KOA News Team.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so we have a question for Plumline right now. Mike, go ahead. What is your question, sir?
Yeah, I heard you guys earlier talking about HVAC, and I'm assuming if you add an AC, that takes a dedicated 220-volt line. And how does one, so you have to have a line running in for that. And if you want to add a 220-volt fast EV charger, do you have to have another line? And how much does...
Can you piggyback off of those lines?
It depends on the capacity of your panels, and as far as the EV charger, that's a whole different story. I mean, the best thing is to get a good electrician, and we can get out there. And,
they have to do a load analysis on your panel. What kind of amperage do you have? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay, so for example, if you had a 100 amp panel, you would have a total of 100 amp capacity. Now, that means that you have to have at any one time no more than 100 amps. I mean, it just comes down to math and 200 amps. Most houses nowadays have 200, don't they?
Not necessarily.
No, some of the older ones. I mean, there are some with 50 amps.
Even some of the smaller homes can still have 100.
How old is your house, Mike?
It's 55 years old.
You probably have a very, very small capacity. And
yeah.
And
so I'm wondering.
Go ahead.
When the transformers, they tap off. They've got 220 coming in, and they tap off, or is it 220 or 440? And they tap off to more than one house.
Right.
So I'm wondering, you have to have a separate dedicated line.
Well, no, it comes from your panel. All of that comes from your panel. It doesn't go. Everything comes from your panel, okay? They don't go from the transformer on the street to your house with a line. They go through your panel, no matter what it is. So you have to have first the service coming to your panel, then you break off from your panel.
Okay, but it also depends on the input, how many volts they're putting in.
Well, of course it does. You have to have the right input, but they only will put in what your panel can handle. You have to have the amperage service available. So you may need a panel upgrade before you do what you want. That's what Bob said. You need to get a load analysis from a qualified electrician. They'll look at what you have coming in, decide if you need more. Excel would have to do that, and then you just do a panel upgrade. You know, Excel can feed you anything you want. There's never going to be a capacity issue there. Right, Bob? Even
Right,
in older
correct.
neighborhoods,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, Excel will give you all the capacity you need. It's to your point, once it goes into the house where it gets distributed from there. So, I mean, if you want, I can send an electrician, no charge, if you want to give Kelly your information offline, and we'll be happy to send.
That's a good deal.
Out. They'll give you a free estimate on what you're looking to do.
Would your solar lady also be good at this information?
The solar lady would be good for the information as it pertains to solar and a net metering panel, yes. But listen to this. Even with a solar system, if you don't have the capacity, they're limited as well. So in other words, everything first starts with a panel analysis, and here's what you do. You tell them what you want to do, like an EV charger and whatever you want to do. Let's say an AC system and an EV charger. The answer is yes, you do have to have two separate runs, unless you have a sub-panel. They can do a sub-panel and then two runs from that. But the bottom line is this. You tell them what you want. They do a load analysis to see what kind of a panel you need. Whether you go with solar to do that or from Excel or whatever, that's after that. But the first thing is a load analysis, and I would not call a solar company for that. I would call an electrician, and then you decide how you want to fill that load, whether it be through solar or conventional energy. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. See, that's another thing I did. I took an electrical test years ago because I was building a house and I wanted to do all my
I did
wiring.
not.
At that time, you had to be competent. You didn't have to have an electrician's license, but you had to have a certain competency for the state.
Okay.
In the country. And they
That's if you were acting as your own GC? Okay.
And I aced it. I mean, I had this
Swift of not playing live.
Found it hard to understand. I mean, I can have as much energy as possible, but I might just do that from the beginning. Well, there's a good answer for that. I mean, that's a good question. I don't know why the panels were made smaller. I don't know.
Because you didn't need them back then.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
people
you
didn't
still
have all the
need
electronics or the
them.
requirements. Yeah.
They were just, you know.
I repeat my previous statement. Who cares?
But
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the
220s
Tom
need
Martino
to
Show.
all be home runs, every one of them. You cannot do like that with 220.
Right.
Okay, hang on for me.
Now, you can go off of your dryer plug for your car, but you can't do both of them at the same time.
Don't worry.
Can you?
Well, you can't. What I'm saying is, you have a
Oh,
dryer,
I see what you're saying.
you can run it, but don't ever try to run them both at the same time.
Right.
I mean, I don't think you can get a permit to an extension off your dryer.
Yeah, I would doubt it.
But some have those RV plugs, those big cords. You can plug into your dryer and then out to your car. I mean, it's kind of stupid, but you can technically do that. You didn't want to go for EV cars, really fascinating.
I know you've been thinking about one.
I just like the idea of the maintenance, the lack of maintenance. But with my son's car, we just had to, what we saved in gas, you blow in tires, because you have to get EV tires, which are special extra heavy tires, and you have to do them every 20, electric cars, I didn't realize how bad they are in tires.
Really?
20,000 miles.
I didn't even realize they had a special tire.
Now, I got this new EV tire that's supposed to be good for 50,000 miles, or prorated on, or it'll never go 50,000. But apparently, when you take off and you stop in those, tremendous wear on the tires compared to
Because of the torque?
Because there's so much torque, stopping and going, because when you let off on the gas, so it just eats through rubber. So now they come out with special compounds for EVs.
Interesting.
But I guess I didn't eat up all of it. But, you know, I just had to replace it. He has 20,000 miles on that car, and we just had to put all 4 new tires on at 20,000 miles. Is that normal? That's not normal for a normal car, right?
No, I think 40 to 60 is normal. I mean, that's, you know, I think I usually change mine within 40. Now, winter tires, I don't realize. Winter tires, they say you're lucky to get 2 seasons out of.
Yeah, if you run, especially now when it's cold.
Right.
But I have run all weather. I've never gotten winter tires for my SUVs. I really have. You actually changed?
I have. I actually got
Oh,
winter
'cause
tires
where you-
now because I did it for my, well, so Jackie, she's had a Jaguar for a few years, but when we first got it, it had all-terrain tires on it. And the first few snowstorms, it was horrible. And so I switched her to a winter tire, and I was so impressed by it.
No, it does change, but with an SUV, if you have a really good SUV,
It is so freaking great.
Yeah, on my Lincoln, I had all-trains, but just recently switched to winter. I might go back to all-trains on that. I just worry about her, and she's a good driver too. I just, when we first got that car, the all-trains are on there brand new, and they did not do well in the snow. And it could have been the tire, I don't know if it's a car, I don't know what.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hang on for me.
Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Okay, no problem. Are you talking about Denver Regenerative Medicine by chance? All right, I'll give you this one. 720-583-1648. Okay. All right, no problem. Thank you.
let your voice be heard. Call, text, and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app while streaming KHOW and the full screen player. Just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you every way we can. What you need to do is call us. Today is Bob Logan is with us from Plumline Services, plumlineservices.com. I've known them from the very beginning. A great company for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Let's go to the phones. What do you say? And we see what we can do for you, Mark. You have a question on flooring. I think you mean electric heat flooring or electric heating in the floor. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, exactly. Electric heated floors. Are they dependable? Are they crazy expensive to install?
Okay, so Bob?
Well, we don't install them, Mark, but I think they're pretty dependable, and I think the installation is fairly simple.
And the electric in-floor heat is inexpensive. I have it in my bathroom. It's very inexpensive. If you're doing it as part, is it new construction or remodel?
New.
It's way reasonable, but to operate it, if you operate it the right way, it works well. It's not really made to be primary heat. It really isn't.
Oh.
I mean, okay, they're going to tell you it is, but in the winter in your bathroom, are you going to leave it on all the time? You're going to spend some money. If you turn it on and off for showers and baths, like to give you extra comfort, that's the way it really should be used. To leave it and set it, I've tried it, and it'll just burn. I mean, it's a radiant heat, but it's still attempting to reach a certain temperature, and it can be very expensive, in my opinion, compared to normal heat.
I was going to go with the solar system, and so I'm not really. I'm looking for the best electric heat I can come up with.
That's the best you can buy. If you're going to do that, then you're going to have if you're going solar and you're going to do as much as you can with electric, you're going to love that heat. You're going to love it.
Okay. That's great. And you think they're pretty dependable?
They're of course they are. There's nothing to break. Oh, well, the thermostat could break. I mean, the heating itself, I mean, the thing that generates the heat, but the stuff in the floor, well, that'll never go anywhere. That won't break. I mean, if it's done properly.
Do you have a recommendation on brand?
Yeah, I actually have one in my. I mean, I'm telling you from experience. I have it in my house, but I hold on. I don't know if I. Let me think here. The one that you want, the brands though are tricky because it's not a brand of a whole system. It's a brand of components. Do you see what I'm saying? So, and there might be better components now than when I put it in. A really good contractor can tell you what they have success with, but you guys do not do that, right, Bob?
We don't, no. No, that's more,
My problem is I'm real rural. I'm in South. I'm in the Four Corners area, real rural. And
okay, yeah, man. Well, I'll tell you what. You really want to get someone who knows what they're doing. The last thing in the world you want to do is have to redo stuff like that.
Right.
Are you going to have, I assume you're having tile in that bath, right?
Well, I didn't know if they put like a lightweight concrete over the top of it and then tiled over that or what. And I do like tile.
Yeah, well, it should be tile. I wouldn't bother with carpet. It's not going to radiate enough. So
okay.
I would do the, look, it looks
tile
like
hardwood.
It looks like you can do hardwood. But the best is tile. It looks like a mat, and it goes down over the floor with a mastic, and it's a thick mastic. And then the tile goes over that. There's also in-floor water heat. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I was just trying to get away from it. I'm going to have a cistern. Well, I guess that's all enclosed system.
Yeah,
I thought about that, but I thought since I'm going to have, the commercial solar system, then I could.
And here, I just want to ask you something. I know you're in the Four Corners area, but solar will kill you if you don't get the right people. Who are you going to get for your solar?
I've got Brooke White.
Good. Is she wonderful or what?
Everybody that I've dealt with over there are absolutely wonderful. And, the people that come out to my property and, I had a little problem getting it inspected, but boy, I made a small complaint. They jumped on it and it's getting done by tomorrow. And I'm really, really happy with them. The only thing I can say is I broke your rule of thumb, and I didn't even think about it when I broke it, is they required...
They required what? You cut out. Hello?
Sorry.
Wait. Okay, you cut out when you said they required. I don't know. We're having a problem with the connection.
I think he's saying a down payment, but...
Yeah. Well, I can't hear him anymore, but listen, here's the thing. I personally feel, okay, that down payments are a bad idea in general, okay? Now, there are companies that will require down payments for certain things. Let me give you my exceptions. If a company orders a whole bunch of stuff for your house, and it's not something that they can readily reuse, like windows, doors, solar systems for your specific house and things like that. If you can verify the materials were ordered in your name and for your address, that's all I care about. If you can verify it. Now, do I have concerns about people on my referral list for money down? Not really. No. But I still don't like it because anything can happen to anyone at any time. Now, the chances, like I love Red Rocks Roof and Solar, and that's who you're dealing with. They would never abscond or do anything crooked like that. But I still, if the family was hurt or the whole thing went away, I am just saying that in a perfect world, I don't like it. But if it's for something and not for nothing, I never, ever want to put money down for nothing just to get on a schedule, ever. I will never do that. If materials are ordered, I can verify it. I will do it. If plans are drawn and they're helping me with a plan, that's a service I'll pay. You see, there's a big difference of money for nothing. I don't pay money for nothing, no matter who it is. Jay's got a comment on the in-floor heating. Hi, Jay. Go ahead.
Hi, Tom. We do a lot of tile. We do a lot of heated floors.
Yeah.
Really great stuff. I just a couple of
now,
things.
are you in the business, sir?
Yes, sir.
Oh, very good. Okay.
These days.
Go ahead.
So, what we've been using is called New Heat, N-U, as in new heat.
Mm-hmm.
Been a great product. They come out. You can buy a standard mat, or they'll come out and measure it, make you a custom mat. It just goes on with a little bit of thin set, and then you tile right on top of it. And it's awesome. Looks great. It's been working really good for us. Great customer. If a thermostat dies or something, they have great customer service with things like that. So we're really happy with them. And, we've
now, is it electric or is it water?
It's electric, and I would say that I always recommend going with the 240 volt because it costs exactly half as much to run it.
Oh,
does, so
yeah,
always
because you have let's see if my math's right. You have less current if you do that, right? Or do you have more current?
Yeah, you're getting heat on the push and the pull.
That's
and you're
right.
only paying for the same amount of time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's half price, literally.
Wow, that's wonderful. Now, this mesh that goes down on the floor, is it buried in a thin set?
Yeah, you put a thin layer of thin set, and you just kind of smush it into there, and then you thin set on top of it and set your tile.
And what
That's
generates the
all it is.
heat itself? Is it the element, or Go ahead.
Yeah, that mat has the coils running back and forth all through it. Then it comes out.
So it's resistant. It's resistance heat then.
Yep.
And so there's nothing to break.
No, it's super duper easy. It's super duper reliable.
Now,
the only issue we've ever had was a couple thermostats over time have gotten a little wonky.
You know, I turn mine on and off like a light switch. I mean, because I have regular heat, but I only use it for.
Can't hurt it.
Okay, go ahead. Is that the way to do it, or do you leave it on a temp?
In one basement, the only heat in that entire basement is electric floors. So they just set it during the winter where they want it, and they leave it alone. Their electric bills are pretty high because of that. They don't have any other heat. It'd be very expensive in this home to mess with it. It's a really weird old home, but it's pretty expensive to leave it on all the time.
Yeah, I use it. I use it now.
Really
mine has a timer, but I haven't figured it out. I guess I could set it so it goes on just before I get up and goes on and off, right?
Yeah, there's all kinds of modes if you want to learn them.
Yeah. I have to get a 14-year-old to do that. But in any case, though, I absolutely love it. I've never felt anything more comfortable, and it's just very cool stuff. I mean, very good stuff. Now, have you heard of the radiant heat that goes in drywall or on
drywall?
drywall?
I've heard of it. We've never done it.
Okay.
I have to assume it's similar.
What's the name of your company?
K2J Tile Plus.
And it's and of course you recommend it under tile, right?
Yes, you will find some of the laminates and such will say you can put it under it, but I've been in homes that had it and they have kind of weird scorch marks and they discolor.
Oh,
it's not really like it's burned, but you can see where the heat is, and that tells me that's not really perfected yet.
You know what? You should leave your name and number with Kachina because that guy was asking about it, and maybe I'll give it to Brooke to give to him. You probably don't go down there, but at least you can give him some advice.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Kachina, get this guy's name and number and send it to me too because it's good to know people that do that. 303-713-8255. Waterpros.net, water systems. Remember this, you can get drinking water, kitchen sink as much as you want, 1,400, fully installed. Wonderful reverse osmosis water. And that's 303-862-5554.
Is getting gas at Chevron burning a hole in your wallet? What if I told you you can easily earn cash back while you fill up? Introducing Drop, the app that turns every fill up into a reward. With Drop, you'll earn points to get free gift cards every time you fill up your tank. Download Drop and use code DROP77 to instantly receive $5 in points to jumpstart your savings journey. Don't miss out on turning your gas expenses into something rewarding.
You know, I love when these words are put together. Discount bath. Bathrooms can be extraordinarily expensive. Now, lower cost and discount doesn't mean cheap. It means inexpensive. And I'm telling you, the people at Discount Bath, here's what they wanted to do. They wanted to come up with a system of baths, whether it's a half bath, a full beautiful bath for your suite. They want to come up with a pricing that makes sense. And it's all transparent up front. If you're looking for a bathroom on a budget, but a beautiful bathroom nonetheless, get your quotes up front. Get to look at all of it at discountbath.com and call these guys, 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322, discountbath.com. You know, when it comes to accidents, we hate talking about lawsuits. We hate talking about fighting people to get what you have coming. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is sometimes with insurance companies. And you need to make sure you're taken care of and your family's taken care of. And, you get reimbursed for pain and suffering. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney unlike any other. He'll work with you directly with you. You get his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. And he's the only one who says he will only take the number of cases, the number that he can handle directly. If you ever have a doubt, call and notice the difference. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Leaving me, Doc?
What?
Are you leaving me?
At 1:30, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little slow. I just got an update I'm going to do. I'm just getting it all ready. Guess we may see you Wednesday, huh?
Yeah, I'll be on Wednesday.
This debate ought to be something, don't you think?
On Thursday? Yeah.
Well, I think it cooled
It's
off
Thursday,
a little
right?
bit for
Yeah.
you out there, Doc.
Well, I'll be inside today, so it's no big deal.
That's good. All right, I'll see you Wednesday.
Wait, Thursday, right? Did we? Yeah.
I was listening to CNBC on the way into work today, and there's some guy from Silicon Valley, and I didn't get his name, and they didn't mention it throughout the interview, but his name was Joe, but I didn't get who he was with, but some big guy in Silicon Valley, and he said it's amazing how many people are shifting to Trump, and it's not about Trump.
No, it's not. In fact, they're doing this.
Yeah, they said
I mean,
it has nothing to do with the person.
No.
It has to do with
Just getting that control away
what's
from
going.
this insanity.
Yeah.
I heard a negative campaign against a candidate. Too conservative for Colorado. And what they said in it was, can you imagine having this man in the Senate for, and then they had a soundbite of him. He said, I believe we need to make America great, and we should control the borders and cut down on illegal immigration. In fact, we should shut it down completely. And this guy comes on and says, shut down illegal immigration completely. Too conservative. It was almost a joke. I'm thinking, wait a minute. This is supposed to be against this guy. Make America great again. Who does that sound like? They were using those as like slams.
Right.
That he wanted
And they were
to
making
make
his
America
point.
great and shut down illegal immigration. You son of a bitch. Oh God. I swear, Bob, I swear I was thinking, is this like a clever ruse?
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Plumline Services with us, Bob. And, there are so many innovative things happening in the world and in technology. But, furnaces, they've changed a bit. But when it comes to heat, when it comes to air, what else is there? They're pretty much the same. Yes, maybe more efficient. For example, it's not a revolution like with the EV cars. They've gotten completely away from the internal combustion engine. But when it comes to home services, well, plumbing hasn't changed in years, has it? Well, PEX plumbing, maybe.
No, the basic concept of heating, cooling, plumbing,
electric,
yeah, that's all pretty much the same. But but the technologies around them. I mean, yeah, furnace and air conditioning systems have advanced tremendously as far as the efficiencies, the safety controls, the reliability. It's
one thing that I thought we would find in electrical issues. And again, sometimes people say, Tom, you do a consumer show and sometimes get very technical. But you know what? A lot of people like talking about some stuff like this. If you think about the amount of wiring in a home, and much of that wiring is not supplying power, but switching and signaling. And I always envisioned that you could have switching and signaling done with very tiny low voltage wires that run through the house and then to a central location. So in other words, a switch on a wall could work the light in that room, but it could also work the light in another room if you wanted to. In other words, you could assign those switches with IP addresses. You literally have very little wiring compared to, because to run power is easy. If you could just run power to everything that needed power, and not to switches, then from switches to outlets, and then outlets to fixtures and fixtures. But if you ran an addressable low voltage IP circuit or a computerized circuit out throughout the house in one loop, you could literally talk to one switch, and one switch could talk to the control unit. Think of the ease of wiring and the expense that would be cut down. The processor unit would be exposed where you can get to it, so if ever that goes wrong, it's a computer. But what I'm saying is this: you program the switches to work the lights you want them to work, but all of the power comes from one source, and it's totally independent from the switchers, because the switchers are really what takes the wear.
It may not be too far off. I mean,
and if you had solid state programmable switching, and then you had power, which was separate, because the power going through switches is what causes wear. I mean, that's really, truly the problem with electricals. It's where relays and switches take power. That's where the wear happens, right? Because really with electrical, there's not much to break. Where do you get the breaks? In breakers, in switches?
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
Yeah, once in a blue moon, you'll get and it's usually because somebody drove a nail or something.
Yeah, you don't get wiring going bad, or you don't get an outlet actually going bad. You get mechanically the outlet going bad because of people pulling the way they pull out cords. I've seen some of these outlets, I swear to God, I laugh, where a plug literally falls out. I mean, because it can't grip.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just from abuse, but that's not because of the electrical component.
Correct.
So I think, and I'm not sure why this hasn't happened, addressable circuitry in a home, because all the technology is there to have a home completely for signaling and sensing, like everything being low voltage, tiny wiring. You could even literally have it probably Wi-Fi. You probably don't even need wires when you think about it. You could have Wi-Fi switching and sensing, and the only thing that you would wire for power, and it would all be wired together, because you can literally send power to specific things if you wire it the right way. I just could never. What would you do? You would send power out to a central unit to send it out to your outlets and to your, not to your outlets. Your outlets would always be energized, but to your fixtures of all kinds. But plumbing can never change. I mean, the only thing that can change is the way you bring water to it.
Well, I mean, you just think about galvanized to lead piping to copper piping.
Yeah,
PEX.
of course.
I mean,
now, to me, I don't know why. Are most homes built with PEX now, or with at least that size? Why would you ever want a copper?
Yeah,
why would you ever want to sweat pipes? And they're unreliable. I mean, they're subject to the calcifications and minerals of water. So really, our new construction, are they using?
Yeah, again, we don't do new construction.
No, of course.
But I think probably 99% of all new construction is PEX or that type of material.
Yeah, because it's better for the environment. And the only time you're going to have a problem is someone drives a nail through it, or at the point of connection, but that's easy to get to.
Right.
So the inline walls, but whereas with copper, you could literally have, because of the water chemistry, and PEX is impervious to water chemistry, whereas copper, do you guys you run across these, right?
Yeah, corrosion, mineralization.
Right in the middle, you could have it in a wall.
Exactly. It'll eat through the copper eventually if you have poor water quality.
Yeah. So in any case, I think plumbing, the delivery system, but as far as faucets and toilets, there's nothing new under the sun, is there? I mean, really?
No, I mean, not really. I mean, you get, pressurized tanks and toilets.
Yeah, that's true. Less water,
like,
more power.
Have redesigned the drain systems and the P-traps. And so, it's all about redesigning. But no, the basic functions of plumbing still apply.
And then hot air heat seems to me to be such an inefficient, but it's so inexpensive compared to water heat that's why we have it.
Right.
And then radiant heat would be the way to go, 100% efficient, but expensive because of electricity.
And our electrical costs are astronomical here.
Right. And if you go, and if solar ever becomes ubiquitous with construction, like where they build in certain solar elements to a home, I think there's no question that these electrical radiant systems would be the best.
Yes, along with heat pumps. And
now, are you installing heat pumps or furnaces that have dual systems because of solar systems?
Oh yeah. I mean, we still, even without solar, we install a lot of heat pumps.
You do?
Yes.
So is that in addition to the hot air, right? I mean, excuse me, they're all hot air, but is it in addition to the regular gas-fired furnace?
Yeah, so a heat pump, works just like an air conditioner. What a lot of people don't realize that the air conditioner is doing is it's not blowing cold air into your house. It's pulling
taking
the
hot
heat
air
out.
Right.
Where a heat pump works in just the exact opposite. It's pulling heat from the outside inside. And so even on a very cold day, there's heat in the air that the heat pump can pull from the outside into your home.
But a heat pump is more expensive to operate, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because of the electricity.
Yeah.
But
they're technically more efficient, though, aren't they?
Yes. Yes. And so,
do you think there'll ever be a time where a central AC and a heat pump will be enough? You won't need a furnace?
I believe so. Yeah. And again, it's probably not too far off.
Because that in itself will run cleaner than, let's say, gas.
And there's a big push, and it might be regulated. There's regulations right now. So we're moving that direction.
Anyway, we got more coming up. 303-713-TALK. We got time for phone calls as well. 303-MARTINO or 303-627-8466.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
New slowdowns on the north end of town, I-25 northbound after 84th Avenue. A crash off on the right shoulder involving 4 vehicles has about 2 minutes of slow driving back from 70th Street. A pretty standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Otherwise, we do have an incident downtown through the Central Business District. Curtis Street northbound is closed between the 16th Street Mall and 18th Street due to police activity. Watch out for police presence and detours around the area. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 97 today. The summer months are truly upon us.
Is this Fuller the only one?
Tomorrow sunny with a high of 90.
I wrote into Genesis, but you deleted it.
With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan.
Yep.
So Genesis is coming
Hi, I'm
up.
Kyle.
Correct.
Thank you.
I sell custom
I'm sorry, I
blinds
didn't realize I
designed for
did that.
do-it-yourselfers.
Thought you did it for whatever reason, but all good.
Tailors, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that I send people to, and they tell me, Tom, the one thing I was shocked about is when I called after an accident, I actually got to talk to John to evaluate him, and he evaluate the case, and I felt good when I hired him. He worked on a percentage fee basis, and I was shocked also. I got his cell phone number. I didn't overdo it, but I did text him from time to time and always got an immediate answer. And this is the way law firms should be, communication and personalized attention. And he fought for me, and I felt his presence all the time because we communicated. You know, communication is the number one complaint I get about law firms, the lack of communication. There are actually law firms that brag about having call centers and thousands of attorneys across the country. I swear to you, you don't want to be a number with a law firm, especially when it comes to personal injury. John Fuller, Fuller Law, you will notice the difference. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. Now, Mark Szymanski, I've known for 20 years. He does home improvements. Now, I always talk about storm damage for roofing and gutters and fascia and soffits and siding and windows and doors and decks and painting and more. But he also does inside home improvements, and he does, of course, the entire exterior of a home. And now he also does mold detection and mitigation. And the message here is this. When it comes to home improvements, you need people you can trust. And I've trusted him for 20 years. You can too. 303-679-8509, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. They require, I guess, after so many years, you have to go in. When was that?
I guess that makes sense.
Did you do yours over the internet?
Boy, I don't recall.
When is yours due? It's on your birthday, but it's 10 years from last
Yeah,
time.
I should look, because there is an expiration date on here, isn't there? If I could see the thing. 2026. So I'll be 60, which makes sense.
Yeah, and then you'll have to go in again at 70. That's exactly what I did. Yeah.
But why do you have to go in now? At 71?
It was 10 years. And, although, yeah, I think you have to go in after 10 years. No, you don't. You don't. It's because of something around age. I don't know. Will they do an eye test?
I don't know.
I don't even know. I've never gone.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
I really don't remember.
I think I probably renewed online. I don't remember going in either.
I'm sorry. You kind of breaking up a little bit. What did you say?
Oh, did we have one more break?
Okay. Are you familiar with the show? Okay, so you know that all of our guests will go on air with Tom. What did you want to talk to him about? Okay, is it an apartment or a townhome or what kind of home is it? Okay, apartment. And what's your first name?
Money. Call 303-469-0808. Visit bestwayinsulation.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Bonnie is on the line, and what is going on?
Hi, Tom. I really love your show. I've been listening since you first came on the air, and I find it to be lots of fun and real interesting, and a person learns a lot. I have a problem where I've run into a situation where I don't know what to do because I was trying to get my stuff moved, but my friends and people that I've contacted have, it's either been on vacation or...
Okay, what do you need help with? What do you need help with?
Okay, and what I need is I need to have somebody to help me get this furniture and boxes out of the apartment because I have a deadline. They're telling us to get out of the apartments, and I have this deadline. And
okay, so are you being evicted, or are you being just moving on your own?
Well, they're requiring us to get out because they're doing renovations on the apartment. And
I see. And where are you moving to?
I don't even have a place where I can move to yet. I'm trying to. So I decided I could just get my stuff.
Bonnie, when do you have to be out of there? When do you have to be out of there?
At the end of June, and I have to get.
Wait a minute. At the end of June, you're talking about like a few days.
Yes.
And who have you? How many boxes? What about your furniture? What are you doing with that?
Well, I was going to donate it to some of these companies, like to.
And do you? Okay, so you have no idea where you're going. Are you going to be homeless?
Well, if I had this furniture out of here, then I could go. I'd have time to find a place to move to. But I could.
Why have you waited so long, dear? I'm just trying to figure this out. Why have you waited so long?
I've been really, really sick, and it takes me really long to pack my stuff. And
how many? Okay. One thing at a time. How many boxes?
Okay, I have about maybe 10 to 13 boxes.
Okay.
And when I try to pack stuff, my arms and hands really hurt.
You have 10. Let's just say 10 to 15 boxes. And where do you need the boxes moved? You don't have a place to move them. Is that right?
Well, yeah. I thought maybe I would just donate them to somebody like to one of the.
So you're not taking anything with you at all?
No, I thought I would just donate the stuff.
Well, what about your clothes? What are you doing about clothing and personal items?
Well, I would take some of the clothes I need, but then I would just donate like my TV and my bedroom furniture. And
how old is your stuff?
It's in pretty good shape, I would say.
So if you want to donate it, though, what's the consequence of you just leaving it? Did this apartment complex say you could come back after they do the renovation?
No, they're just redoing the apartments, and they give you a deadline to move out. And even if you pay your rent, and if you don't, you're going.
Okay. Listen, Vonnie. So if you just want to leave, my question is, what difference does it make if you move the stuff if you don't want it? What difference does it make?
Well, because I can't leave the stuff here because they'll probably charge me for, just leaving this apartment like it is.
Okay, I see.
Shut the apartment out. Are
all your neighbors moving? Did they all manage to get out?
Well, they've been doing apartments one at a time, and everybody, they had moved out, and then they renovate the apartments, and then.
So you need help finding someone to move your stuff. Did you call the places? You know, a lot of times they'll come and get stuff if you donate it. Did you know that? Goodwill will come and pick stuff up.
Well, I tried the places, and they have all these rules where you have to take your furniture out to the parking lot and place it out on the parking lot, and I can't carry all this furniture. And
do you have any money to hire people?
Like to move, or like moving companies or something?
No,
like
I'm
that?
just curious, like handymen or something. I mean, are you asking me to find people who might come over there and move your stuff free?
Well, I'm just kind of stuck. I don't know how.
No, I understand. I understand. That's why I'm asking. Listen, I'm asking questions. Are you asking for free help from some people that could help you free of charge?
Well, if that was available, that would be wonderful, because I need to get out by the end of June.
Yeah, but well, I'm more concerned that you don't have a place to go for yourself. I'm very concerned. You have absolutely no idea. You understand that it's going to take you more than just a few days to find a place. Do you know that?
Yes, but I haven't had any time because it takes me so long to pack stuff, because my arms and...
Vonnie, I understand. You say your arms are getting sore, but I'm asking you this, okay? What good is it going to do if you pack everything up and move it out if you have nowhere to go?
Well, if I get some company that donate it to, then that would be good. And then I'll have enough days to find a place.
What makes you think you don't have enough days now to find a place? Do you really believe that you can find a place before the end of the month?
I'm hoping I could.
Where are you going to, okay, are you looking for a motel? Are you looking for another apartment? What are you looking for?
It would probably be, I guess, another apartment.
But you have nothing to put in the apartment, so...
I'd be okay with just having a bed. I mean... At this point,
How long have you been there, Vonnie? Vonnie, how long have you been where you are?
About 14 years.
How old are you?
And they're just kicking us out. I'm 76 years old.
No. Hold on, Vonnie. You're a 76-year-old woman with no idea where you're going in 6 days.
Well, I want to find a place, but I'd have enough time to find a place if I could get, this place.
Vonnie, listen to me, okay? Listen to me. Do you have a deposit with them that you want to get back? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
How much is the deposit?
It's $500.
My recommendation, you're 76 years old. Honest to God, my recommendation is that you take what you want and you find another place and forget about getting someone to move it. I'm not kidding you, by the way. There's nothing they can do to you. Now, even if they took the $500, it would be well worth it. You need to you've waited way too long. You need to start thinking about where you are going to go. Are you on Social Security?
Yes. Well, I figure that if I do that, they're going to charge me for the time that I, for the eviction.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Deputy Doc. Doc. Are you there, Doc? Hold on. Doc, are you there?
Doc ended up having to leave.
We need someone to help her off the air.
Okay.
We honest to God do. I want her to stop worrying about them charging her, for God's sakes. If they're doing major construction, they're going to clean out crap anyway. She needs to get her priorities straight. I feel sorry for this woman. She's literally going to be homeless. You don't want to be homeless at 76 years old.
Take a break, buddy.
Tom, this is Bo. She could try Rhonda's place.
Well, right now, Bo, if you can just help her out, let's just right now, maybe even contact the landlord. What we need to do is get her out of there and get her a place temporarily at least. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
One of our deputies, his name is Bo.
Oh, my God.
Now, Impact
All she
Traffic.
cares about is
This
getting-
report is
helping
sponsored
that
by
person that place
Blindster.com.
clear out
Some new
of stuff.
slowdowns through the Commerce City area. I-270 eastbound approaching Vasquez. A crash reported with significant stop-and-go traffic back from I-25. We're projecting about 40 minutes of delays. This one may be affecting 270 westbound traffic as well. We're seeing stop-and-go between Northfield and Vasquez. Through downtown in the Central Business District, Curtis Street northbound remains closed between 16th Street Mall and 18th Street due to an ongoing police activity. Avoid the area and watch out for detours. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. The summer heat is upon us with a high of 97 this afternoon. Mostly sunny skies. Overnight low of 64. The current temperature in Denver is 93 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
QCColorado.com. That's quiet, cool, whole house comfort. And you will get whole house comfort, but you also get something else. You actually get savings on air conditioning because it destratifies your air. What it does is evens out the temperatures in your home. You can leave it on low speed. You can put it on high speed in the evening to get in cool air, or in the morning. You can let your house literally sit there all day without air conditioning on. When you get home, it'll cool it down within 5 minutes, and then your air conditioner will work less. What I'm saying is, it's a tool for you to use, not only to have more comfortable home and more comfortable temperatures, but to save money on AC as well. It's a whole house fan. I have one, and I absolutely love it. It takes like an hour or two to install. It'll pay for itself. That's QCColorado.com. I urge you to call them. You will love this product as I do mine. I'm certain of it. That's QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419. You've heard on the show O'Brien Legal Services for real estate issues, and he comes on all the time as our expert. He was on the show today, and he can help you. If you're facing a problem with tenants, landlords, or easements, restrictions, eminent domain, or you just want a real estate closing reviewed, the documents. He does everything related to real estate, including not just the contracts, but the financial arrangements. If you have seller financing, what you need to do is call him. O'Brien Legal Services, OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388. I feel sorry for her.
Thanks, Con Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Really don't think that one's going to be easy at all. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Let me. God, it's freezing in here. Ugh.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-7. Oh, we're out of time. Anyway, for calls today, Plumline Services.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino.
Sorry, buddy.
With all of us.
Are we done?
KHOW.
Sorry.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I thought
This
we had
is
some
Denver's
music.
talk station.
Thanks.
Yeah, I didn't see that until the last second. We come bump back with the.
All right, that's right. Bye. Heating, cool. Sorry, I thought we were having a dime to come back, but we don't. So, thank you, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. I got my driver's license, and I have to get ready for all kinds of grilling, probably. They're going to probably want to know who I know.
So
I'll put you down as a rep.